Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei glanced at the lotus petal and forged the universe. However, except for a slight tremble at the beginning, the lotus petal had no response. As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, the old turtle's voice sounded, "It's not because the place where your master is located is within 10,000 kilometers of you, but because your master is somewhere in these 4 forbidden places, and these forbidden places may be very far away from you. However, because there are teleportation entrances, the lotus petals can perceive it. You just need to walk past these 4 entrances once." Han Fei immediately realized that he had already chosen the one he wanted to go to. No matter which forbidden place the water immortal was in, he would choose the Thunder Prison. Because of his physique, the Thunder Prison shouldn't have a chance to kill him. Besides, by choosing the Thunder Prison, he might be able to cultivate quickly. After all, he didn't lack any spiritual spring or energy fruits. With the help of thunder and lightning, he might be able to improve his indestructible body further. Yu Tianqin looked at Han Fei. "Have you decided what to choose?" Yu Tianqin was not surprised at Han Fei's choice. After all, although there were unpredictable dangers in the Well of Abyss, it was still a good choice, and might help him avoid most of them. However, when Yu Tianqin saw Han Fei walk to the entrance of the Well of Abyss, he turned and went straight to the demon-subduing tower. Yu Tianqin couldn't help but frown. Although the demon-subduing tower is the place with the most opportunities, it's definitely the most dangerous place. It's extremely dangerous for you to enter with your strength. However, Han Fei didn't listen to Yu Tianqin. Instead, he concluded that the water immortal was not in the Well of Abyss. When he walked straight to the entrance of the demon-subduing tower, in Forge the Universe, the lotus petal trembled again. Han Fei glanced at Yu Tianqin quietly and said, "I'm not choosing by myself. I'm letting my bloodline choose." Yu Tianqin couldn't help frowning slightly. Does bloodline have such a function? I have a bloodline too, and my bloodline is not necessarily worse than your Dragon King bloodline, okay? However, when he saw Han Fei continue to walk towards the Thunder Prison, he couldn't help but secretly smile. The Thunder Prison and the Godfiend Sea were more dangerous than the first 2. However, Yu Tianqin saw Han Fei suddenly stop at the entrance of the Thunder Prison and look inside. He stood there for about 10 seconds, and Yu Tianqin didn't know what he was thinking. Han Fei thought that he had done enough acting, so he turned around. "I choose the Thunder Prison." Yu Tianqin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you sure? Although the Thunder Prison only has the baptism of thunder and lightning, you have to know that the time limit for the Thunder Prison is 3 days. This means that the Thunder Prison is actually a very dangerous place compared to the Well of Abyss and the demon-subduing tower, second only to the Godfiend Sea." Han Fei said proudly, "I choose the Thunder Prison." Yu Tianqin knew that no matter how arrogant the Fish Dragon King was or how bad his personality was, he was still a heavenly talent. Since he was a heavenly talent, he naturally had his own persistence. Although he didn't know why the Fish Dragon King was so confident to enter the Thunder Prison, he thought it might be because of his bloodline or his opportunities. Anyway, he was just leading the way for him. After all, there were very few people who would propose to explore the forbidden level proving ground, so every time one appeared, he had to treat it seriously. No one would take their own life as a joke. Without strength, they wouldn't be able to come out even if they went in. Those who had strength, such as the Fish Dragon King more or less had some confidence, but no one knew if they had enough strength to make it through. But if the Fish Dragon King made it, he would be the center of attention. Seeing that Han Fei had chosen a target, Yu Tianqing threw out a small seal and said, Master Chang Shui-Qin said that he would give you a chance. This is an attack sealed by him. Ordinary people wouldn't have this chance. If you hadn't been forced to transcend the tribulation by Shark Ball and the others, Master Chang Shui-Qin wouldn't have helped you. This thing is likely to save your life. Take care. I will wait for you for 3 days. Han Fei caught the small seal and said, What if I don't return in 3 days? Yu Tianqing said, I can wait for 1 more day. If you don't return in 4 days, I can basically be sure that you have died. The teleportation array leading to the forbidden trial field will be closed. I won't wait for you anymore. Han Fei pretended to frown. What if I'm just delayed? Yu Tianqing shook her head slightly. Under normal circumstances, the possibility is very small. Although it is not impossible, I have already given you 1 more day, but if you don't come out in 4 days, the probability of death is far greater than the probability of you being delayed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Aren't you going in to take a look? Yu Tianqing couldn't help but laugh. Depending on different levels of strength, the situation will be different after entering the demon subduing tower clearly has different levels, but the levels of the other 3 forbidden areas are very ambiguous and difficult to judge. But it is certain that the scene after I enter will be different from yours. Not to mention whether I can find you or not, the question is, why should I save you? Han Fei pondered for a moment and said, How often will the forbidden level trial field open? Yu Tianqing chuckled. Don't you know? Of course, it will only be opened when someone wants to challenge it. Why do you open it when no one wants to enter it? As for the last time the Forbidden Proving Ground was opened, you should know that 5 years ago, Bei Nanxiang challenged the Forbidden Proving Ground and returned with serious injuries. But he was also ranked 3rd on the genius list because of this. Don't you know? Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. Of course I know. It's just a question. All right, the rules have been known. I'm going. He didn't chat with Yu Tianqing anymore. He didn't even look at the last Godfiend Sea, a secret realm that could reflect creatures of the Wall of Death, the most difficult of the 4 forbidden places. Why would he go there? Han Fei grabbed the seal and walked to the entrance of the Thunder Prison. This was naturally also a teleportation array. Otherwise, the lotus petals wouldn't just tremble. The reason why he didn't choose to go to the demon subduing tower at the beginning was mainly because he could tell from Yu Tianqing's explanation that the creatures in the demon subduing tower had been accumulated over countless years, so there couldn't be any weaklings among them. If he went there, it would be the Dao-seeking level, which was on the 3rd level of the demon-suppressing tower, which combined the junior, intermediate, and advanced levels. Although he should be able to withstand it, this was the last one he had any reason to choose. If he really went there, he was afraid that someone would suspect him and he would be watched. Then, even if he wanted to escape, it might be a problem. As for the teleportation array that Yu Tianqing said would be closed, Han Fei wasn't too worried, because when Hai Tinglei was enforcing the law, he heard with his own ears that Bai Wushu and Yu Qing, who ambushed him, were punished to guard the demon-subduing tower for 30 years. If he didn't go there via teleportation array, there must be other paths he could take. Han Fei couldn't help but ask the old turtle, if I stay here, is there any way to get out? The old turtle couldn't help but say, how would I know? However, there is no secret realm in the world that can't be broken through, but it's not certain. It's normal to be trapped for hundreds or even thousands of years. Han Fei was speechless. Trapped my ass. I can only stay in the waterwood world for 3 years in total, and more than 5 months have passed. I don't have much time. Han Fei immediately decided to come out in 3 days, but he would delay 2 hours to prove that he could break the rules. Then he would wait for 3 days to decide what to do next. Han Fei went straight into the thunder prison. Boom. Ka ka ka. As soon as Han Fei appeared, 2 bolts of lightning struck him hard, making him tremble all over. Han Fei was speechless. I haven't even seen clearly where it is, and it's already attacking me? When Han Fei took a closer look, his face was full of surprise and shock, but there was only darkness within his vision. In the dark sky, dense lightning was flashing non-stop, illuminating this dark place that seemed to stretch out infinitely. Huh? Han Fei had just been shocked when the old turtle suddenly exclaimed. Boom! Han Fei was struck by another lightning bolt. If he guessed right, the probability of him being struck by lightning here was only once every few seconds. According to the power of each lightning bolt, it was equivalent to the power of a junior explorer. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder it was called the Forbidden Proving Ground. He had just come in and was already hit like this at the door. What could he do next? Of course, Han Fei could stay at the door for 3 days and then go out. However, would Yu Tianqin really not peep at him? Or after he went out, no one would really investigate him? However, it was not important whether there were any inspections or not. Even if there were lightning strikes at the door every few seconds, it would be hard for him to withstand them for 3 days and 3 nights. If there were too many ants, even an elephant could be killed, let alone lightning strikes. Boom! In just a short moment, Han Fei had been struck dozens of times. He was so energetic that his energy was overflowing, and tiny electric arcs were dancing on the surface of his body. He said, Old Turtle, what are you exclaiming about? The old turtle pondered and said, if I've guessed right, this place is not ordinary. There is the aura of the gods. Han Fei was stunned. Wait a moment, what did you say? The aura of the gods? Are you serious? The old turtle said solemnly, it can't be wrong. It's definitely the aura of a god. A god once fought in this world, so this eternal lightning domain was left behind, but Han Fei couldn't help but ask, but what? Han Fei was not a fool. As early as in the Age of Doom, the Beast King and the others had said that the gods had died 30,000 years ago. Up to now, it should be 130,000 years. Someone had fought here and caused this place to be struck by lightning for 130,000 years? And the frequency was so high? The old turtle asked in confusion, however, I have a feeling that something is wrong. Why is the aura of the gods so weak? Even at the periphery, it shouldn't be so weak. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Is this weak? Han Fei pointed at the lightning in the sky, and 2 bolts of lightning continued to strike him. Of course, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Instead, he looked up at the shocking lightning in the sky, waiting for the old turtle's answer. The old turtle said, walk inside first. Let me feel it first. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. You are really a disgrace to emperors. You really don't know anything. However, Han Fei still walked forward 1,000 meters at a time. Because he was moving very fast, lightning fell on him like raindrops. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. He had completely adapted now. Boom. Rumble. After only 100 kilometers, Han Fei found that the power of lightning was as strong as when he deduced void fishing, although it was not as terrifying as the heavenly tribulation. This change in intensity made Han Fei very uncomfortable. How could it be? How could the intensity change so quickly? It was fine on the periphery, but why was it so strong after only 100 kilometers? At this time, the old turtle said, don't stop. Keep going. Han Fei was speechless. Old Yuan, are you trying to kill me? You think that lightning can't kill me, so you want me to feel the power of the heavenly tribulation a few more times? Heh. How can I not know you? Although I haven't seen this space clearly, I can be sure that with your physique, you can go 1,000 kilometers forward. Without a problem, not to mention 100 kilometers forward. Do you think a half-golden body is a joke? Han Fei frowned. Are you kidding me? Am I that strong? In fact, Han Fei didn't stop at all. He was still moving at 1,000 meters per step. After more than 300 kilometers, the old turtle said, release the little black fish. The power of thunder is extremely masculine and extremely young. Your little white fish has just swallowed the extremely cold blue sea ice sand, so the little black fish's yang power is relatively weak. It won't be good for you. Now that we are in this environment, we can let him out to eat thunder and lightning. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei's glabella flashed, and little black and little white appeared. The moment little white appeared, she leaned against Han Fei's cheek. Dad, I want to go home. Han Fei gently patted little white, and little white returned to forge the universe, while little black rushed out and wandered in the sea of lightning. Han Fei thought that the old turtle was right. Just like how little black didn't like the blue sea ice sand, little white also didn't like the masculine power of thunder. While walking, Han Fei asked, Old Turtle, with my little black's abilities, can he balance his yang power with little white's great Tao as long as he stays in this thunder prison for a few more days? The old turtle sneered. What are you thinking? Do you think your little black fish swallows thunder? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, yes? The old turtle said, with the innate Tao body, they can absorb energy from the void if they need it. They swallowed the lightning because there's a trace of the supreme yang great Tao in it. What they swallowed was the power of the great Tao. However, the place has existed for too long, and the power of the gods has been exhausted. Therefore, unless your little black fish swallows the entire thunder prison, how can it be compared to the blue sea ice sand? Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. Swallow the entire thunder prison? Are you king kidding me? In these few seconds, the thunder prison had struck down countless bolts of lightning. And you said swallowing the whole thunder prison is comparable to taking the blue sea ice sand? The old turtle said, so, the further you go in, the stronger the supreme yang Tao the little black fish will swallow. One Tao inside is comparable to 10 or even 100 Taos now. However, Hanfei already had no hope in the Thunder Prison. In the future, he would have a chance to take Little Black to his junior sister and ask for the parasol tree. 3,000 kilometers passed. Hanfei suddenly stopped, because he found cracks on his body. The power of lightning seemed to contain some kind of metallic killing intent, which could even cut his skin. The old turtle also said, "Okay, that's it. I've figured it out." Hanfei couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What do you figure out?" The old turtle said, "This is indeed the place where the gods fight, but it's not the gods fighting each other, but fighting against the ominous." The ominous? Hanfei was a little puzzled. He seemed to have heard this word before. But what was the ominous? Without Hanfei asking, the old turtle replied, "You might not be happy if I tell you. You don't have a chance at all, nor are you qualified to know what this is. I have only heard of it from another emperor. There is no aura of the ominous here anymore, so the remaining power of the gods is dissipating. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, this so-called Thunder Prison will be gone." Hanfei asked, "Is that all?" The old turtle asked, "Then what else do you want to know?" Hanfei rolled his eyes and said, "What's the difference between saying that and not saying it? I just want to ask, are there any opportunities in the Thunder Prison? If there is, let's get it out. It's not easy to travel to the Sea Demon Royal City. We have to take something away, right?" The old turtle pondered for a moment. "The problem is that you're at most a half venerable with a golden body. Even if you use all your secret methods, you can only go another 2,000 kilometers at most. You can't touch the real opportunities here." Roar. While they were talking, they suddenly heard roars from the dark void. Hanfei was stunned. Didn't they say that the Thunder Prison was full of thunder and lightning and had no creatures? Then who was roaring? Huh? Where's Little Black? Hanfei suddenly realized that Little Black was gone. The main reason was that Little Black was too difficult to find now. He was pure black, the kind of black that could even devour light. If he wasn't careful, he would sink into the darkness and never be found again. Fortunately, Little Black was his spiritual beast and could sense him. Therefore, Hanfei looked up at the sky and found that in the high altitude of thousands of meters, Little Black was chasing a blue something. Huh? The spirit of Thunder Heritage? Where is it from? I didn't notice it. The old turtle was always slow. Hanfei was already used to this rhythm. At this moment, he was also scanning the blue dragon-like thing with his perception. The old turtle hurriedly said, "Don't use your soul to perceive." Boom. Hanfei felt that his head exploded with a buzz, and he was stunned for 3 or 5 seconds before he slowly came back to his senses. After he woke up, Hanfei found that his 7 orifices were bleeding. He wiped his nose with his hand and found that the golden blood was flowing in large swaths. Hanfei couldn't help but say angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? What's going on here?" The old turtle was lost for words. "Did you give me a chance to speak?" The spirit of Thunder Heritage is a creature born of thunder and lightning, and the power of the soul is mostly dark. It's just that your soul power is not weak, and this spirit of Thunder Heritage is not strong enough. Otherwise, this blow would have seriously injured your soul. Hanfei immediately retracted his aura and activated the star teleportation technique, braving the thunder and lightning and chasing the spirit of Thunder Heritage in the air. As he chased, he asked, "What's the use of this spirit of Thunder Heritage? The old turtle replied, well, it's just like the difference between turbid spiritual energy, ordinary spiritual energy, and pure spiritual energy. The spirit of Thunder Heritage is the essence of the power of the Thunder Prison. However, there shouldn't be many such creatures here. Otherwise, after swallowing 1,000 of them, I'm afraid they can barely match the power of the blue sea ice sand. Han Fei was dumbfounded again. 1,000? Then swallow me. Seeing that little black and the little blue snake were chasing each other in the sky, Han Fei joined the battle too. Seeing that Han Fei had come and was so fast, the little blue snake roared and thousands of lightning bolts, as if they had found a target, bombarded Han Fei. Boom boom boom. Han Fei's body sank and he fell from the sky, with 7 or 8 cracks on his body. It could be seen that the lightning could even hurt a half venerable. No wonder Yu Tianxin didn't recommend him to come to the Thunder Prison. Even if Yu Tianxin were here in person, he would probably be badly battered. However, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of the meat in his mouth. He roared and swallowed it. He used the swallowing technique and swallowed the power of lightning bolts in one bite, and his body swelled and made him look so fat. Star teleportation. Where are you going? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When Little Black and the Spirit of Thunder Heritage chased each other, Han Fei joined in. In terms of speed, Han Fei was extremely fast, which couldn't be measured by the speed of a junior Dao-seeking demon at all. The moment Han Fei took action, the Spirit of Thunder Heritage noticed that something was wrong. A large amount of lightning struck Han Fei crazily as if being controlled. Han Fei was a little impatient. These lightning bolts were indeed very strong. But he didn't think they could kill him. He even felt that they might not be enough to help him cultivate. Now that the 4th level of the indestructible body had been broken, the next level would be to create an indestructible body. And one of the characteristics of an indestructible body was that the cultivator would be reborn with his blood, which was easy for venerables. However, how could it be so easy for a person who walked the path of flesh and soul to be reborn and regain his former strength? Therefore, this indestructible body was different from ordinary blood rebirth. Rebirth was just one of its abilities. Apart from being reborn, when he broke through to the 5th level of the indestructible body, he should make his soul indestructible. However, the indestructible body that Ren Tianfei gave him didn't involve the cultivation of the 6th level. This also meant that if he completed the breakthrough of the 5th level, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the indestructible body. Further, at this moment, Han Fei, who was bombarded by thousands of lightning strikes, held back the cracks on his body and grabbed at the Spirit of Thunder Heritage. In the void. Roar. At the moment when the Spirit of Thunder Heritage was caught by Han Fei, it seemed to be anxious and roared as if it wanted to shatter Han Fei's soul. Roar. However, what responded to its roar was also a roar. The dragon roar and the tiger roar collided, setting off ripples in the sky. When Han Fei grabbed the Spirit of Thunder Heritage, he found cracks on his arms. At the same time, the Thunder Vein Spirit seemed to regard Han Fei as its most dangerous enemy. It roared and struck him with lightning bolts frantically, as if it were determined to fight Han Fei to the death. And Little Black also rushed up at this moment. He opened his big mouth, which was all black. Han Fei knew very well what Little Black was doing. He was going to swallow the Spirit of Thunder Heritage. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Son, don't eat it. It's useful to Daddy. Little Black was about to eat it, but Han Fei said he couldn't eat it, which made him very unhappy. However, Little Black and Little White didn't seem to care about food much. Therefore, since Han Fei wanted it, he certainly wouldn't eat it by force. Seeing that Little Black swooshed back into the dark void, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the future, even I, his master, won't be able to find him. Ignoring Little Black, the spirit of Thunder heritage that Han Fei caught was no longer as ferocious as before. It was just a 3-foot-long snake. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Spirit of Thunder heritage. Introduction: a special creature that grows in the place where thunder and lightning gathers and feeds on lightning. Its original body is a gathering of lightning essence mixed with a trace of Tao. It has the ability to control thunder and lightning. Its speed is extremely fast and can flash and move in thunder and lightning. Level greater than 66. Quality: none. Spiritual energy: none. Effect: eating it can polish the body and remove impurities in the spiritual heritage, improving the body and flesh. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Faced with such a creature that he didn't know what it was exactly, Han Fei had an idea. For others, the Thunder Prison was an extremely dangerous place. But not for him. What could be a better place of cultivation than the Thunder Prison? Almost none. This lightning could provide him with almost endless power. The amount of spiritual spring he had was enough for him to fill a river and bathe in it. Besides, when Han Fei discovered that the spirit of Thunder heritage could summon lightning, a thought popped up in his mind. He could deduce the indestructible body now. In the past, Han Fei had never deduced the indestructible body because body refinement was too difficult. He had so many opportunities, so when he was transcending the tribulation, he made use of the power of the heavenly tribulation to pass the 4th level of the indestructible body. The indestructible body on this level had given him a half-golden body and golden blood, which made Han Fei's body take a big step in the direction of being inhuman. However, it was impossible for him to continue to break through the indestructible body unless he could enter the deepest part of the Thunder Prison, as the old turtle said. However, it was impossible, since none of these methods could continue to improve the indestructible body. In a short period of time, he could only take a different approach. Since the cultivation technique was extremely difficult to practice, he could just improve the upper limit of the quality of the technique, right? The old turtle was confused to see that 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring in Forge the Universe had been swallowed by this world. 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring might not be a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount. It disappeared again so strangely. This made the old turtle suspicious. First of all, the disappearance of the spiritual spring must have something to do with the calabash. However, what did Han Fei do? Why did the calabash eat the 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring? However, there were some things that the old turtle couldn't see. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Indestructible overlord body, heaven level, divine quality. Introduction: this is a supreme way to strengthen the body. By cultivating the skin, flesh, viscera, bones, and marrow, one can forge the indestructible golden body. Through the golden body, one can nurture the immortal soul. Only by fusing the body and soul can one obtain the indestructible overlord body. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 1 billion. Shortcoming: it requires a very good physique. Note, this is a body refining technique. Don't seek speed. Practice it steadily. When Han Fei saw the message, he quickly browsed through the contents. Then, he discovered a fact that the so-called indestructible overlord body only had more ways to refine the immortal soul than the indestructible body. In terms of physique cultivation, there was nothing more special than the indestructible body. At this moment, the soul-forging technique also made Han Fei's scalp tingle. This combat technique said that to create a powerful soul, one needed to crush and destroy his soul. As for the method, the first step was called the pain of the body. Its general meaning was that one's body was an external thing, but his mind could exist forever. Therefore, when he could ignore the pain of the body one day, it meant that he had fully mastered the indestructible body and could officially start to practice the second volume of the indestructible overlord body. Han Fei was lost for words. F***ck, my body is my own too. If I'm in pain, then I'm in pain. Why do I have to pretend that it's someone else who is in pain instead of me? What kind of crazy idea is this? Han Fei had planned to take a shortcut and try to take advantage of the infinite energy in the Thunder Prison to quickly break through his physical barrier with the help of the indestructible overlord body. But now, he had given up. Sure enough, there was no shortcut in this world. He had just walked halfway down the road when he wanted to change to a more effective method. His intention to avoid it was not feasible. However, Han Fei secretly activated the indestructible body while holding the spirit of Thunder heritage. When his flesh and skin were extremely hot, vitality slowly appeared in his body. The wounds that had been blasted open instantly recovered. And the struggling spirit of Thunder heritage continued to summon thunderbolts from time to time, which was barely enough for Han Fei to continue cultivating. Although he couldn't make a major breakthrough on the 5th level of the indestructible body, his cultivation speed was definitely more than 10 times faster than normal. Han Fei was even tempted. At this speed, he should be able to reach the golden body level in half a year at most. Unfortunately, he didn't come here to cultivate, but to find the water immortal. Now, Han Fei had a rough idea of the water immortal's whereabouts, which was inside the demon-subduing tower. He still wanted to go there. As for the Thunder Prison, Han Fei had to go through the demon-subduing tower to see if he could sneak out of it. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't care about anything else, but focused on cultivation. 3 days later, Little Black caught another 7 or 8 spirits of Thunder heritage from somewhere. Han Fei saw Little Black slip in front of him, with the little snake in his mouth many times. After 3 days, Han Fei felt the improvement of his physique and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After such high-intensity cultivation, he was almost struck dead by the lightning, but he felt that his indestructible body didn't even improve by 1%. At this moment, Han Fei knew that it seemed that he had overestimated his cultivation speed. According to this progress, it was basically impossible for him to cultivate a golden body unless he stayed in the Thunder Prison for a whole year. The old turtle said, "Your physique is getting stronger very quickly. I think you can really try to cultivate in this realm for 10 years. With the resources you have, 10 years is enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the Tao seeking realm and get a golden body. Your strength can reach the level of a half-venerable. In this barren land, there should be few people who are your match." Han Fei curled his lips. Not interested. I'm the man who is going to become a king. The entire Inyang world is waiting for me to return. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the eyes of others, the Thunder Prison was extremely terrifying. However, to Han Fei, it became a place of body tempering. It could be seen that although physical cultivation was difficult, the opportunities varied from person to person. Han Fei didn't believe that no one knew the use of the Thunder Prison. However, there were probably few people who could cultivate here. Even he felt that his body refinement had reached the strongest level among his peers. Even so, as time passed, his skin and flesh would still be cut open, and he needed the indestructible body to nurture vitality. Outside the Thunder Prison, Chang Shui-Chin was standing before the caves of the 4 forbidden areas. Looking calm, Chang Shui-Chin asked, "It's been 3 days? Did you say that he chose the Thunder Prison voluntarily?" Yu Tianqin nodded. "That's right. He didn't choose the entrance of the Abyssal Well and the demon subduing tower, and didn't even look at that of the Godfiend Sea." Chang Shui-Chin nodded slightly. If this is a mutation of the bloodline in his body, then his demonic heritage must have been improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the bombardment of the thunder and lightning in the Thunder Prison, even if he had been at the entrance all the time. Yu Tianqin was holding a pulse-testing stone in his hand and said, "Let's see if he can come out." By logic, he should have come out by now. The moment Yu Tianqin spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and blood qi rushed out of the entrance of the Thunder Prison. His tumbling blood and qi, the flashing electric arcs on his body, and the bloody scabs all over his body seemed to be trying to prove how miserable he was. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianqin frowned. Did he really come out alive? What did this mean? It meant that this fish dragon king had infinite potential in body refinement. It also showed that the opportunity that the fish dragon king got from his last trip was enough to support his body to reach such a level. Chang Shui-Chin, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei casually and asked softly, "How do you feel?" Seeing that Chang Shui-Chin was here, Han Fei held his spear in one hand and was about to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, a thunder arc spurted out. In Han Fei's mind, the old turtle was almost rolling his eyes. He had never seen anyone who was so good at acting. Han Fei's voice slightly trembled. "It's horrible. Infinite lightning strikes. No wonder it's ranked as the second most dangerous forbidden place." Chang Shui-Chin said calmly, "It's not that the Thunder Prison is ranked as the second most dangerous forbidden area. The difficulty of the forbidden area varies. For different people, the difficulty is different. How far have you traveled?" Han Fei thought to himself, how should I put it? If I said I had been at the entrance, I'm afraid it's meaningless. But if they know I went quite deep inside, they'll suspect me. Han Fei thought for a moment and said with the buzzing sound of the electric arc, "As far as 300 kilometers away." Han Fei meant that he had walked far away, but then came back. But even so, Chang Shui-Chin couldn't help being a little surprised. He thought that Han Fei had only walked 50 or 100 kilometers forward. As for staying at the entrance, it was impossible, and Chang Shui-Chin wouldn't believe it. He knew that fish dragon king's conceited and arrogant personality wouldn't allow him to stay at the entrance. However, the result of 300 kilometers really made Chang Shui-Chin look at Han Fei in a new light. Yu Tianqin couldn't help narrowing her eyes. "Fish dragon king, are you sure you can go as far as 300 kilometers away?" You know, although venerable Changshui and I didn't see it with our own eyes, we can roughly judge you through your strength and your future trial effects. Han Fei despised them in his heart. What the hell? Only 300 kilometers has already shocked you? Then what would you think if I told you that I cultivated for 3 days and 3 nights in a place 3,000 kilometers away? But on the surface, Han Fei's face sank. I, the Fish Dragon King, don't bother to lie. A mere 300 kilometers is not worth lying about. Yu Tianqin nodded slightly. Of course we won't doubt you. You've proven your strength by coming out alive. However, since you stayed in the Thunder Prison for 3 days, did your demonic heritage mutate? Venerable Changshui and I need to take a look. Then, Yu Tianqin threw the pulse-testing stone in his hand to Han Fei. As if he had known that this would happen, Han Fei was already prepared. He grabbed the pulse-testing stone with one hand and injected demonic energy into it. Immediately, the purple light turned from purple to dark red, indicating that it hadn't reached level 9 yet. However, the intensity showed that it was clearly the peak of level 8. Seeing this, Yu Tianqin couldn't help but ask in surprise, level 8, high quality? Yu Tianqin couldn't help looking at Changshui Qin, who still looked calm. However, Changshui Qin said, not bad. You've upgraded from a level 8 low quality to a level 8 high quality one, or even a bit more. You've tried to break through to a level 9 demonic heritage, haven't you? Han Fei's body trembled slightly. The old turtle was speechless. This kid is really a dedicated liar. Seeing Han Fei's reaction, Changshui Qin couldn't help but smile. It seems that I still underestimated your harvest this time. It seems that your bloodline power has increased your overall strength by at least 2 levels. Do you still want to continue this trial? Han Fei pretended to be hesitating. He had to show a certain amount of talent, as well as a hint that he was not good enough. Han Fei hesitated for a while before slowly saying, Venerable Changshui, can you give me 3 months? 3 days is too short. Changshui Qin said indifferently, 1 month. I don't care what kind of opportunity you have obtained. If you can cultivate in the Thunder Prison for a month, your strength may rise greatly. But if you stay for 3 months, I'm afraid your strength will rise too fast, which will inevitably affect the polishing of your foundation. Han Fei was delighted. Sure enough, pretending to be a genius was useful. Otherwise, if he negotiated with a figure like Changshui Qin, he would be lucky if Changshui Qin didn't slap him to death. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Okay. Thank you, Venerable Changshui. 1 month it is. Does Senior Tianqin want to wait outside or come back in a month? In fact, Han Fei didn't care whether Yu Tianqin was here or not. He wanted to go to the demon subduing tower, but he couldn't go directly. Because with his current strength, the demon subduing tower was the most unsuitable forbidden place for him. However, he wasn't the real Fish Dragon King. As long as Changshui Qin wasn't around, he had a way to sneak from the Thunder Prison to the demon subduing tower without Yu Tianqin's notice. Yu Tianqin shook her head slightly. I'll come again in a month. This is a trial. Since you want a month, it means that you already have some considerations in your heart. All excellent benefits can only be enjoyed when you're qualified. Don't you have anything to guarantee? The forbidden level secret realms in the White Shell Royal City were rarely opened, but as long as they were opened, the person who entered them would be given enough attention. If Hanfei performed well, then his status and identity would rise. But if Hanfei only became slightly stronger, nothing would change. This was an identity and status that had to be exchanged with one's life. Many people could do this, but they wouldn't choose to do so. After all, a single mistake would cost their lives. Hanfei was overjoyed. It's great that he's not here. Then I'll have time to play in the demon-subduing tower. Chang Shuiqin looked at Hanfei casually. I hope you can show me more things. Try it more. If level 8 high quality can become level 9, you should know what it means. Hanfei nodded solemnly. In fact, Hanfei was already laughing in his heart. Hanfei sat cross-legged and began to recover. This was only natural in the eyes of Chang Shuiqin and the others. There was only 1 month left. Hanfei needed to prove his value and potential this month, so it was a race against time. After about 10 seconds, the old turtle's voice sounded in Hanfei's heart. Okay, stop pretending. Both of them are gone. Huff. Hanfei breathed a sigh of relief. Old turtle, these 4 realms are definitely extraordinary. Can you temporarily use your power as an emperor? Let's empty these 4 forbidden places, okay? The old turtle couldn't help but growl. If I could use my power as an emperor, why would I be imprisoned in your sea of consciousness, by your calabash? If I could use my power as an emperor, why would I have to try so hard to possess someone? Hanfei said awkwardly, okay. Forget it. In that case, we can try that when we have time in the future. For now, we should go to the demon-subduing tower. Can you feel the seal of this teleportation array? The old turtle said, you are an array master yourself. Can't you see it? Of course it's sealed, but it can be opened at any time. If you're not an A, hurry, stay outside for a day before entering. Hanfei realized that his words did make sense. As the saying goes, anxiousness makes waste, so be it. 1 day passed. There was indeed no response from the teleportation array. Hanfei pinched his fingers to make sure that no one was paying attention to him. Then he walked quickly to the cave where the demon-subduing tower was located. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Hanfei remembered that Hai Tinglei had sent Bai Wuzhu and Yuqing to guard the demon-subduing tower. Therefore, Hanfei felt that he might appear in front of these 2 people after entering the cave. Then he could threaten them. He could tell the 2 of them that as long as they didn't announce that he had been there, he could take them as his followers and take them back from there. Hanfei believed that no one could resist such temptation. After all, 30 years was not short. No one would want to stay in such a dangerous place to watch the door. They would definitely know how to choose. However, the moment Hanfei stepped into the cave of the demon-subduing tower, he seemed to have fallen into a vortex and appeared directly in a jungle under the sea. Hanfei was stunned and asked in surprise, undersea jungle? Where is the demon-subduing tower? The old turtle said, I don't feel too good. You don't seem to be outside the demon-subduing tower, but inside. Huh? Hanfei was stunned. This teleportation array led directly to the inside of the demon-subduing tower? Then wouldn't the creatures in the demon-subduing tower be able to come out? The old turtle said leisurely, the way you came in is gone. Hanfei quickly looked back, his heart pounding. Where is the road? The old turtle said, maybe you didn't say that you were coming to the demon Subduing tower at all, so Changshui Qin and Yu Tianqin didn't have to tell you the way to come out of the demon subduing tower. So, you might as well have chosen the demon subduing tower from the beginning. At least you will know how to come out. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell should I do now? Shouldn't the demon subduing tower be a huge tower with countless powerful creatures suppressed in it? If there was a loophole somewhere in it and someone dug a way out, wouldn't the creatures inside notice it? Han Fei immediately said, no, in terms of arrays, there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect array in this world. Since I can come in, I can definitely go out. There must be an array here, but it was hidden the moment I appeared. However, the old turtle roared again, are you sure that the way you came in is an array? Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and then his face turned black. He said helplessly, can't you say something auspicious? The old turtle said disdainfully, in the world of cultivation, the path you can't think of or don't want to think of is very likely to be the answer. At least, I don't feel any teleportation. It should be the law of space. Han Fei was about to mock the old turtle, when he subconsciously moved away. In the next moment, a pale yellow light pierced the void and appeared where Han Fei was standing just now. What is it? Han Fei's face changed slightly. In an instant, dozens of lights appeared at the same time. To be precise, there were more than 30 of them, which came from all directions. Buzz. The invincible will appeared, and the golden giant protected Han Fei. He stomped, and the coiled turtle array and the soul-controlling array appeared at the same time. The 64-dimensional fish dragon dance was also activated. Even so, the speed couldn't compare to the speed of light. Although the yellow light didn't seem to be real light, its speed was even faster than when he used the star teleportation technique. This was why Han Fei didn't use the star teleportation technique. Pooh. 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 The coiled turtle array was directly blasted through, and the yellow light passed the soul-driving array. It seemed that it wasn't a soul attack. However, when the yellow light collided with the invincible will, Han Fei clearly felt a stabbing pain in his head. That weird thing could corrode his will? Fortunately, Han Fei was fast enough. Only 2 or 3 yellow lights fell on him, which were blocked by the invincible will. Although there were still yellow lights shooting at him, Han Fei's reaction was very fast. Roar. Han Fei roared and threw out the sacrificing punch. The brilliant red light penetrated the void and pressed on for dozens of kilometers. This was Han Fei's current strength, which was completely different from when he was still a law enforcer. The moment the sacrificing punch was thrown out, he activated the heavenly void divine movement and chased after the sacrificing punch. Han Fei wanted to see which creature attacked him. This was because when he released his perception, Han Fei felt a trace of danger. It seemed that after he released it, he was being led, as if someone wanted to eat his perception. The heavenly void divine movement was very fast, wasn't it? Walking between illusions and reality, Han Fei felt that even the yellow light shouldn't be able to keep up with him. However, something terrifying happened. Han Fei turned his head and found that in the void, the yellow light was still there. And there was a light trying to catch up with him and kill him. Han Fei was immediately confused. What was going on here? Was it a physical attack or a magical attack? Of course, Han Fei just pointed his finger backhand. Spiritual energy surged and exploded. It wasn't too difficult to block the yellow light. Boom. According to the power of the explosion, Han Fei could roughly tell the power of this yellow light. It wasn't very strong, only about the power of an intermediate Tao-seeking realm. After shattering one of the attacks, because of the extremely fast speed, before all the other attacks arrived, Han Fei had already followed the fist mark of the sacrificing punch, crushing all the attacking yellow light along the way. It was at this moment that Han Fei saw a rather creepy demon plant. It was like deformed fingers supported by a long palm, which made it look like a human hand. When it launched an attack, the palm-like demon plant pointed its 6 fingers in Han Fei's direction, as if it wanted to block the sacrificing punch. However, how could it possibly resist Han Fei's all-out attack? It wasn't at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, nor was it a half-venerable. How could he suppress Han Fei? Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: 6-finger coral. Introduction: a strange creature with demonic plants and insect species coexisting. It has the ability of corrosion. When it hits a creature, a large number of corrosive worms will parasitize and devour the host's vitality and soul until the host grows into a new 6-finger coral. The 6-finger coral and the sea flower are natural enemies. The sea flower's tentacles can resolve the parasitic danger of the corrosive worm. Level: greater than 75. Quality: exotic. Enforcing law: light of corrosion. Contained spiritual energy: 12, 3364 points. Edible effect: inedible. Collectible: spirit corroding insect fluid. Absorbable. Remarks: it's best not to kill it directly, or the corrosion worm will disperse throughout the entire area to find a host to parasitize. When he saw this scene, Han Fei screamed, "Ouch!" The space in front of him distorted, and he appeared far away. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the sacrificing punch directly blew up a large area of 6-finger corals. In the sea, there were colorful unknown particles everywhere. Han Fei was horrified. What kind of creature was this? He had been in the Grand Myriad Mountains for so long but had never heard of it. The old turtle said, "Well, it's just a 6-finger coral. It's nothing special. As long as your defense power and will are strong enough, it can't do anything to you." However, isn't the 6-finger coral a bit too small? Han Fei had already retreated. He stomped. Fuse. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei instantly felt extremely good. Through Little White's perception, he could very clearly know where the source of danger was. Besides, after this fusion, Han Fei felt that, through the coldness, the yellow rays of light slowed down when they shot at him. Han Fei was overjoyed. "So, you're afraid of the cold too?" Han Fei didn't have to fight this kind of creature, but he wouldn't completely give up. He reached out and grabbed some of the spirit-corroding insect fluid before he melted some of it into his body and wrapped it with spiritual energy, making it impossible for them to escape. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect hooked the blob of spirit-corroding insect fluid that Han Fei sent over and quickly stuffed it into its mouth. Not bad. Han Fei immediately grinned. Compared to Little Fatty and the others, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was of the highest level. After all, he had seen all kinds of demonic plants after exploring the Grand Myriad Mountains. And now, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect had reached level 58. It upgraded so quickly by eating. Even Han Fei didn't know how it upgraded so quickly. Seeing this, Hanfei issued an order in his heart and the infinity water shot out. From Forge the Universe, Hanfei drew out a blank fish skin. As Hanfei drew an array with one hand, soon, in the array, the infinity water rolled towards the large pile of six-finger corals that had just been cut open, sealing the spirit-corroding insect fluid inside. Hanfei felt that eating too much wouldn't help. However, as a new poison, it shouldn't be a problem for the heaven spirit detoxifying insect to reach. Level 59. Sure enough, in a place like the demon subduing tower, danger and opportunity really coexisted. This was more exciting and challenging than the boring Thunder Prison. Of course, although Hanfei had collected a piece of six-finger coral, it didn't mean that he liked to stay in such an environment. After all, this place was rather creepy, and no one wanted to stay here. After swimming 100 kilometers, Hanfei saw a lily flower on the rock wall of a mountain. However, it was much larger than the normal lily flower, and its tentacles were much longer. It looked very beautiful. After seeing such a beautiful flower, Hanfei's heart skipped a beat. The more beautiful a creature was, the more deceptive it would be. An undersea lily flower? He had never seen it before. It was another kind of creature that he had never seen in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Reference: sailor coral, also known as the finger of the dead. Whether it was in the sea or on land, be it fish or demon plants, creatures with particularly gorgeous colors were usually not good things. Of course, this lily flower was nothing compared to the colorful coral. However, that depended on where they appeared. He didn't know where he was at all. In the dark undersea jungles, only some luminous creatures were flashing. It was eerily quiet. There seemed to be some grayness in the sea, which was not as gorgeous as the coral reefs. Of course, this was not what surprised Hanfei. What really frightened him was that the lily flowers seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Or maybe, Hanfei could be sure of one thing: he probably appeared on the third floor of the demon subduing tower, which was the level of creatures at the Tao-seeking realm. However, could even the Tao-seeking realm make him feel a sense of danger? Hanfei frowned and said, "Old turtle, if my guess is correct, this kind of demonic plant must have drilled through space and appeared here directly. Right?" The old turtle seemed a little absent-minded. "Is there a need to guess? Isn't it obvious?" Hanfei certainly knew it. He just wanted to chat with the old turtle in this weird atmosphere. Seeing that the old turtle didn't want to chat, Hanfei confirmed a direction with his perception. There was a large rock wall blocking in his way. But behind the rock wall, through Little White's perception, Hanfei was very sure that there were terrifying creatures there. It must be the thing that tried to devour his perception power when he came in just now. Hanfei didn't really want to deal with these creatures. He could tell how dangerous they could be from the place where the six-finger coral was. Fortunately, he didn't appear among them, but appeared outside. Otherwise, the noise wouldn't have been so small. And now, as soon as he rushed out of that area, he saw a lily flower. From the perspective of natural enemies, this lily flower should be the natural enemy of the six-finger coral, the sea flower. How strong was the six-finger coral? And its combat skills were so hard to deal with. This sea flower might not be any better. However, when Hanfei wanted to find a relatively safe route in the third level of the demon-suppressing tower, he found that in Little White's perception system, the most dangerous places and the safest places were all pointing in the direction of the sea flower. Hanfei couldn't help but laugh at himself. Oh. No wonder the demon subduing tower is so dangerous. It turns out that the flower has blocked all the roads. There's only one road left. How can it not be dangerous? Hanfei had already made a rough judgment. Perhaps the third level of the demon subduing tower was also a way to select the strong. No matter what, Hanfei absolutely didn't believe it. This was an ancient demon-suppressing ground that had existed for an unknown period of time, and you told me that there were no big demons in it except for two kinds of plants? Of course he didn't believe it. Therefore, Hanfei firmly believed that as long as he passed the sea flower, it would definitely be a different situation. Immediately, Hanfei extended a hand of spiritual energy and grabbed the lily flower. However, just as the spiritual energy hand was about to knead over, the lily flower's feather-like tentacles grew thousands of tentacles in a hurry. Hanfei was also stunned for a moment. Is this the demonic plant in the sea? It's just a test. Does this damn thing even want to eat my spiritual energy? Hanfei took a closer look. What was that? A feather-shaped tentacle? It wasn't a king tentacle at all, but a living leech? A leech could also be called a bloodsucker. In the level 1 and level 2 fishery, there were many terrifying stories about leeches pasting across. However, Hanfei had never seen such leeches full of long tentacles. He was sure that it was a leech, because the leech was full of tentacles. Fei didn't see the original body hidden under the tentacles until all the tentacles were out. What was that soft, sticky thing, if not a leech? Hanfei waved his hand, and at the moment the void hand squeezed at it, half of the hand was devoured by the lily-like leech. Of course, the remaining spiritual energy hand still easily caught the leech and squeezed it to death. With a thought from Hanfei, the infinity water turned into countless sharp water needles, guarding him around. With the infinity water, Hanfei was no longer afraid that the leech would attack him with special means. However, when this lily-like leech was squeezed to death, Hanfei saw another. 1, 2, 3. Hanfei was dumbfounded. I just squeezed a flower to death. Why did so many of them pop out? Are they not afraid of being squeezed to death by me? In such an environment, he must have been discovered. Hanfei had no choice. Since the most dangerous place and the safest place were in the same direction, he might as well charge. Hanfei ran in the most dangerous direction, mostly because he didn't want to give the leech a chance. Sure enough, when Hanfei began to rush forward, he saw white and purple lily flowers appear beside him. Because the leeches appeared too frequently, Hanfei inevitably encountered them during his sprint. Therefore, no matter how fast and responsive Hanfei was, he was still hidden. The end. At that moment, information appeared in Hanfei's eyes. Name: Sea Flower. Introduction: an exotic creature with demonic plants and insect species coexisting. It has countless tentacles that can penetrate the void. Each of its tentacles has a companion feather-shaped leech that can devour vitality, parasitize, and split. The sea flower can continue the power of other creatures to a certain extent, so it cannot continue its unique ability. Level greater than 77. Quality legend. Enforcing law: swallowing. Spiritual energy, greater than 155,172 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can greatly enhance blood and chi, and improve physique. Collectible: void fruit, void tentacle. Absorbable. Remarks: wherever the sea flower grows, no creature can live unless the sea flower allows it to live. Indeed. Han Fei immediately cursed in his heart. As expected of the mortal enemy of the six-finger coral, the sea flower was just as disgusting as it. The two were born in the same space and had been fighting for countless years. Their strength should be at least equal. When Han Fei saw that the so-called sea flower seemed to be symbiotic with the leeches, he thought to himself, is this so-called sea flower an enemy? It was really interesting that leeches were symbiotic with sea anemones. To be honest, Han Fei had never seen such a powerful sea anemone. A level 77 weird creature should be much more dangerous than ordinary sea anemones. Han Fei was still charging forward, but after only running for less than 300 kilometers, he saw large tracts of white flowers floating towards him. Except for the difference in color, it had exactly the same effect as the marching sea leeches. Small-sized, but capable of large-scale hunting, this kind of animal made Han Fei's face turn cold. Han Fei frowned and the invincible will appeared again. The infinity water began to revolve around him crazily. Han Fei wasn't the kind of person who would hesitate to use his treasure. This demon-subduing tower was much more dangerous than the Thunder Prison, so he would just use all necessary means. Bang! 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 White and purple flowers exploded one after another, and more leeches emerged. The dead leeches began to split. Some were split into two, and some were even split into 5 or 8 leeches, which looked creepy. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This thing was splitting too fast, wasn't it? In a few seconds, it had split into 2. At this speed, wouldn't it be easy to eat up the entire 3rd floor? The six-finger coral was simply no match for it at all. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately confirmed that there must be a limit to this leech's split, and the sea flower definitely had more enemies besides the six-finger coral. However, at this moment, the sea flower didn't let him go. Instead, there were more and more leeches. It was not just the leeches. Void tentacles began to appear in the air. From the tentacles, a large number of purple, shrimp egg-like things spewed out. Han Fei's face sank. This B** starred wants to parasitize me? Sacrificing punch. Han Fei punched out and decided to force his way in. He had thought that only the six-finger coral had the ability to parasitize, but it turned out that the sea flower also had this ability. Han Fei thought for a moment and shouted, combination. Twin divine technique. When the sacrificing punch bought him some time, Han Fei directly used the twin divine technique. This time, he didn't transform into a human at all, but in a smoke state. As soon as the technique was activated, Han Fei felt that the so-called sea flower was just a piece of cake. All the leeches, tentacles, and fish roll-like things within a radius of 100 meters were frozen. The black smoke swept across, and all the iced items were easily minced. The flower of sea was probably dumbfounded at this moment. What the F***ck was going on? Did this guy just turn into smoke? Why couldn't I get close to the smoke? Large swaths of tentacles and leeches were withering. After 100 seconds, Han Fei finally saw a sea flower that was more than 300 meters tall in the distance. Countless tentacles, all sucking leeches, were swinging randomly. Seeing Han Fei, the tree shook as if it were frightened. Han Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but sneer. You've lived long enough. Let me take you in. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The special ability of the sea flower lay in the tentacles that extended out. of the void and the leeches that could split. In addition to these, there were also shrimp eggs that attempted to parasitize its enemies. When the twin divine technique appeared, these abilities basically couldn't get within 100 meters of Han Fei. In an instant, they were frozen. As Han Fei's black fog rolled, they were directly shattered. After all, no matter how strong the sea flower was, it couldn't compare to the power of the heavenly spiritual treasures. Now, Little White was just a walking ice maker. Wherever she went, ice would follow. If Han Fei weren't its master, he would have been frozen too. However, creatures at the level of the sea flower were already very intelligent. If a creature that could survive in a place like the demon subduing tower didn't have any ability, wouldn't it have long been killed? Therefore, Han Fei saw that on the void tentacle that stretched out again, there was a skeleton hanging. It was not a complete skeleton, but the corpse of a half-merman. The skeleton was like a marionette, controlled by the tentacles. The corpse that was in the puppet state spewed out a pillar of fire from its mouth. The pillar of fire was extremely hot, accompanied by dazzling brilliance, like a flame ray, which was comparable to the impact of the white sun essence fire. This was another characteristic of the sea flower. To a certain extent, it could inherit the power of other creatures. But in this case, it was clearly using other people's bodies to fight. The guy controlled by the sea flower must be extraordinary. Even the flame power he released after death was so pure and powerful. However, how could the sea flower know that what Little White swallowed was a spiritual treasure of the world? How could ordinary fire origin energy compare to it? Han Fei, who had turned into white mist, rolled up a cone-shaped tentacle and rushed at the fire origin energy. However, the fire origin began to collapse halfway. It seemed fierce, but in fact, when it was 10 meters away from Han Fei, it completely disintegrated. Without even sparks. The sea flower was obviously stunned, letting one of its tentacles be frozen into pieces by Han Fei. In the next moment, hundreds of tentacles extended out of the void. On each tentacle hung a creature, including octopuses, six-finger corals, green toads, colorful sea urchins, lobsters, and conchs. Among them, there were 6 half-mermen, 1 merman, and 1 human, who looked like Yu Wendao. He must be an undersea human. Realizing how powerful Han Fei was, the sea flower seemed to have shown its trump cards, thinking, I have hundreds of creatures and at least 100 techniques here. Can you resist them all? Han Fei was stunned to see so many creatures. He wondered how many creatures the sea flower had killed. Although he was surprised, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Although it had inherited the power of other creatures had already died. The sea flower definitely couldn't exert their original strength. For example, from the blow of the half-merman just now, with Han Fei's grasp of power, if the half-merman was still alive, it would be at least an advanced Dao-seeking realm creature. Pfft. Han Fei controlled his 2 bodies to open completely, turning from 2 masses of smoke into 2 swathes of smoke. Although the black fog was open, it didn't cover any creatures. Therefore, it didn't immediately suppress the various attacks of these creatures. However, the white mist was different. A large cloud of mist drifted out, and all the attacking energy began to decrease within 100 meters of the white mist. The power that could penetrate 10 meters of the white mist was mostly swords and knives. However, even Han Fei didn't expect that there were some special methods in this attack. He saw a spear-like thing piercing through space, drawing a long Spatial crack. But even if there was such a spear, it was wrapped and swallowed by the black fog. Hanfei was also surprised. The teeth of this mist after the fusion seemed to be especially good. It seemed to be able to eat anything. However, this devouring power was not without disadvantages. It seemed to shorten the time of his transformation. In other words, the more attacks he received, the stronger he was, but the shorter time Hanfei could use the twin divine technique. However, Hanfei didn't mind. The twin god technique could hold out for half an hour in a battle with a half-venerable puppet, let alone a battle of this level. Almost half of the 100 tentacles were broken in an instant. Under the baptism of the black and white mist, they were damaged again and again. After only a moment, only 20 tentacles were left, which looked rather shabby. Hanfei wasn't familiar with the twin divine technique after all, so he wanted to take this chance to practice it. The black and white mist transformed into humans. The black Hanfei didn't attack directly, but was trying to approach and hunt. The normal Hanfei raised his hands and summoned a large number of ice spears. As he thought, the spears shot out. However, this kind of spear that left the body was purely summoned by strength and didn't have a particularly powerful attack power. At this time, Hanfei also used the art of invincibility. The art of invincibility even had a frosting effect. The fierce battle went on for a long time. The sea flowers seemed to realize that neither their own power nor the power they controlled could shake Hanfei. This made the sea flower panic. Therefore, a spiritual power shook in the water. I'll let you pass. Let's not interfere with each other, okay? Hanfei didn't expect that this thing was conscious and could communicate with him. Humph. Hanfei grunted and ignored it. After all, the black him had already sneaked to the side of the gigantic sea flower but hadn't attacked it. You didn't make peace until I approached you? Isn't it too late? How could Hanfei hold it back? The black Hanfei was still approaching. However, the sea flower seemed to be paying all its attention to the normal him and didn't notice this black figure. Hanfei was very careful not to cause any fluctuations in the airflow. He discovered that although this sea flower was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, its trunk was so high and it looked like a big tree. In fact, it was just a big flower. From above, there was a fruit hidden in the middle of the flower. If he guessed right, it should be a void fruit. Seeing this scene, in order to attract the attention of the sea flower, the white Hanfei immediately shouted, "You want me not to attack you? Then there must be a reason for me not to do anything. Otherwise, die." Hanfei hadn't spoken before. At this moment, seeing that Hanfei had really stopped attacking and was talking to him in a negotiating tone, the sea flower also stopped attacking. To be honest, the sea flower had never tried to reason with anyone in its life, but now it was forced to do so. Hanfei said, "Let me ask you first, how does this place lead to the lower floors?" Immediately, the sea flower said excitedly, "Walk less than 600 kilometers from here, and then pass the channel guarded by a half-serpent. I can help you. Talk to the half-serpent and ask him to open the channel." Hanfei thought to himself, this is just the 3rd level. Even if I don't use anything, I can still fight my way through. Hanfei continued, "Secondly, tell me, do you know where there are powerful lotus demonic plants?" Huh? The sea flower seemed to be speaking with dozens of mouths at the same time. No. There are only 2 demon plants here, me and the 6-finger coral, and no. Other demonic plant creatures. Han Fei asked, "You don't know the situation of the other floors below, do you?" The sea flower's voice echoed, "I have never left this place. I only know that there should be other spaces above and below me. In the past, most of the living creatures on our floor went to other places below through that channel." In the first place, Han Fei didn't expect to get an accurate answer from the sea flower. What was the level of the water immortal, and what was the level of the sea flower? Han Fei was really not interested in the third floor. He didn't want to talk to the sea flower anymore, so he shouted, "Attack! Sacrificing punch! Draw!" The white Han Fei punched the sea flower. The sea flower immediately panicked. "There is no grudge between us. Why fight to the death with me? Did you sneak attack me?" Ah. The sea flower found that in the center of the flower pistil, a sword aura swept across in an instant. In the next moment, there was no fruit left. Something had picked it. The sea flower exclaimed, "Is this an associated spirit? Pooh! 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 Pooh!" 3 seconds later, Snowhorn, together with the white Han Fei, cut the void tentacle of the sea flower into pieces. Han Fei grinned. "What's the use of you if you don't know anything? If you want to prove your usefulness, release your soul and let me see it for myself. Otherwise, go to hell." There was no other choice for the sea flower. God knew why Han Fei was so strong. At its level, it really didn't understand. For countless years, it had never encountered an opponent like Han Fei. To be honest, Han Fei didn't seem to be strong. Why was he so strong the moment he attacked? At this moment, Han Fei wanted to see its soul. Although the sea flower was horrified, it still agreed. After all, it was a demonic plant. If it had to, it could split its tentacles, escape into the void, and find a chance to regenerate. The sea flower, okay. Han Fei smiled. Collect the sea flower? At this moment, the sea flower was still thinking, collect? What does that mean? However, at the next moment, it knew nothing. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. There seemed to be no limit to the demon purification pot's ability to collect demons. However, the number of contractual spiritual beasts fused seemed to be related to the number of small vines of the demon purification pot. This sea flower was indeed very strong. If it weren't for Han Fei's special methods, it would be impossible for him to win so easily. It was best to take in such a creature. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the void fruit in his hand. Information popped up in his eyes. Name void fruit. Introduction: it's one of the space enlightenment fruits. All the laws of the sea flower are gathered in one fruit. Eating it can allow you to understand the Tao of space. It's extremely rare. Level heaven. Quality high quality. Spiritual energy greater than 101,000 points. Effect: the devourer's understanding of space depends on their own opportunities. Han Fei's eyes widened when he saw the magical effect of the fruit. There might be many spiritual fruits in the vast sea, but there were few with special quality or magical effects. Although most anti-poison fruits were precious, they were nothing compared to the exotic spiritual fruits of space. This fruit could even create a heavenly talent. The gigantic sea flower was sucked into the demon purification pot. Han Fei's vision suddenly widened, mainly because his eyes lit up. The demon Purification pot collected the true body of the sea flower, and the countless corpse puppets killed by the sea flower were not sucked into the demon purification pot. Therefore, Han Fei found a big pit under the sea flower. In the big pit, there were more than 200 corpses of various races. Han Fei felt excited and regretful at the same time. Unfortunately, the grand puppet technique could only be used before the body decayed and the soul dissipated. But these creatures had been dead for a long time. It would be difficult to refine them into puppets. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if there was a way to refine these creatures with the puppet nurturing technique. This idea was immediately given up by Han Fei. Now was not the time. He couldn't completely trust the old turtle yet. In the future, when he grew up to the point where he could easily crush Gue Sanqing, he could deduce and use great techniques like the puppet nurturing technique and the soul-searching technique. However, although there were many corpses here, there were actually not many who could fight. Although Han Fei couldn't refine them into puppets, he could use the soul-splitting technique. As long as he split a wisp of his soul, he could also control these creatures. However, this method didn't mean much. He could control their remnant bodies, but their combat power wouldn't be very high. Han Fei landed and waved his hand, collecting half of the remains into forge the universe. These creatures were at the Tao-seeking level anyway. Their bodies could be counted as divine-level materials. The rest was too decayed to be refined into weapons. Han Fei also keenly discovered that there were as many as a dozen flood dragon bones here. Seeing that, Han Fei's eyes glittered again. Since there were dragon bones, there must be a lot of dragons and pythons. As for the half-serpent mentioned by the sea flower, when Han Fei first heard about this creature, he thought it was a human snake, or a snake spirit. The upper half of its body was a human, and the lower half was a snake. Otherwise, how could it be called a half-serpent? Seeing that Han Fei was safe, the old turtle said casually, "It seems that this demon-subduing tower is indeed extraordinary. The enemies at the same level as you are extremely difficult to deal with. Do you want to eat this fruit now?" The two Han Fei disappeared at the same time. Han Fei became himself again, and Little Black and Little White were circling around him. With a thought from Han Fei, Yu Wendao appeared. Han Fei said, "Of course. The more special creatures here, the more dangerous it is, the more opportunities there will be. I've just come in, and I've already met creatures like the six-finger coral and the sea flower. Since they can live here for so long, I might be better adapted to the environment if I eat their power." The old turtle pondered for a moment. "That's good. However, I'm actually a little uneasy. In this so-called demon-subduing tower, nature's mystery is in chaos. I can't calculate anything." Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei also calculated and found that he couldn't perceive anything either. The old turtle said disdainfully, "Although I don't know how you learned the divination technique at such a young age, what realm are you in? I can't even figure it out." "How can you?" Han Fei curled his lips. "I hope that when I become a king, you can still be as arrogant as you are now." Han Fei quickly sat cross-legged and ordered Yu Wendao to protect him. "Old Yuan, let me try the danger of this place and cultivate here. Let's see how many creatures will come." The old turtle, "Okay." He stuffed the void fruit into his mouth, which flowed into his body like smooth and sweet water. Buzz. Han Fei felt that his head suddenly shook, and he seemed to enter a dream. Countless mirrors seemed to appear around him. Han Fei, who was in a slightly chaotic state, looked around and found himself everywhere. Although it was slightly chaotic, Han Fei didn't lose his rationality, and didn't directly enter the mirrors. Han Fei gently pointed his finger, and a knife light pierced into a mirror. The moment the knife light left his body and entered the mirror, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt that he could go anywhere he wanted. Han Fei immediately looked back and issued an order in his heart, only to see that the knife light he just launched at the front appeared behind him. Han Fei suddenly comprehended something. He had learned the near-at-hand technique, which actually couldn't be called the near-at-hand technique but shrunk the ground into inches. The way to do that was to find a node and make the space in that place oscillate. As long as the oscillation was at the same frequency as his, he could ignore the space and cross over. But at this moment, countless nodes appeared in Han Fei's mind. It seemed that within the coverage of his soul, he could go to many places. Han Fei even felt that he could step into the void and leave the real world. This was a bit like the star teleportation technique. In the outside world, Han Fei had been sitting there for 2 hours. At first, no creatures attacked him. However, after only an hour, he saw a yellow light darting at him. It was none other than the six-finger coral. Not only the six-finger coral, but also dozens of whip shadows swept over. Those whip shadows looked like shadows and quickly drew back the moment they appeared. When these whip shadows appeared again, they no longer probed but simply swept at Han Fei. However, at that moment, Yuan Dao attacked. With the strength of a half-venerable, he smashed the six-finger coral with one hand and grabbed a long whip with the other. As Yuan Dao pulled hard, the terrifying force straightened the long whip, and a strange black fish was dragged back through the void. This creature's shape was extremely strange. Its fish head had a separate nose, and on the nose, there was a long whip countless times its body. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and saw the weird fish rushing at him. Huh? Horned anglerfish? In Han Fei's mind, his first reaction was that the guy in front of him was very similar to a deep-sea fish he had seen before, called anglerfish. And it was an extremely rare horned anglerfish. Shwa. Han Fei moved slightly and appeared next to the gigantic anglerfish. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Dragonbeard Devourer. Introduction: Dragonbeard Devourer, with a little dragon bloodline, has bewitching and illusion powers. It can make creatures take the initiative to enter its stomach without knowing it, making it difficult to escape. Its long whip that was like a dragon's whisker and has extremely strong perception abilities, is extremely tough and sharp, and can tear through the void. Level greater than 77. Quality Legend. Enforcing Law Enchantment Whip. Spiritual energy greater than 15,026 points. Edible effect: inedible. Collectible: Tempting Beard. Absorbable. Remarks: there is a big space in the stomach of the Dragonbeard Devourer, which has a strong hypnotic ability. When he saw this Dragonbeard Devourer, Han Fei directly ignored the bewitching technique. However, the words like "a little bit of dragon bloodline" and "the long whip dragon beard" was very tough, deeply attracted Han Fei. His void line should have been updated a long time ago. It took him a lot of effort to get the shrimp meridians of the triple blazing cold shrimp. So far, he hadn't met a Tao-seeking great demon who could be used to refine the void lines. He didn't expect to meet the Dragonbeard Devourers in this demon-subduing tower. Even Yuan Dao couldn't break their long beards. It could be seen how tough they were. At that time, Han Fei looked excited. This is a treasure trove. This is a damn treasure trove. For ordinary people, the demon-subduing tower was a perilous place. However, for Han Fei, if this wasn't an unparalleled treasure trove, what was it? As soon as he came in, he had swallowed a void fruit, picked up a bunch of divine weapon materials, and met the dragon beard devourer. He could make a lot of upgrading now. The old turtle asked, "What about the effect of the fruit?" Han Fei smiled. "Great." Han Fei said great, and he really meant it. He had been pretending to use the near-at-hand technique before, but now he had really grasped it. The so-called near-at-hand technique was to shorten the distance or the time. Shortening the time was actually an act of deceiving oneself. In fact, the distance he walked didn't change. And shortening the distance was like teleportation, like the infinite flash ability of the phantom glass wings. That was the power to cross space. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had grown so much, but his use of combat skills was somewhat restrained. Thanks to this void spirit fruit, Han Fei perceived that there were some spatial nodes in the surrounding space. If he found the right spatial node, he could easily achieve strange powers such as flashing, shrinking the ground to an inch, moving thousands of miles in a step, and twisting space. Han Fei couldn't help being curious about the star teleportation technique. It was precisely because he understood the nodes in space that he knew that this so-called space could actually be sealed. A strong master could forcibly seal a space, or to be exact, a certain powerful force made some spatial nodes being sealed and unable to be broken. However, the star teleportation technique wasn't one of them. The star teleportation technique even broke the spatial nodes, as if it had opened a space restriction and forcibly destroyed a space. Although there had been someone who could seal his star teleportation technique, that was purely because the other party was much stronger than him. If the two parties were at the same level, the other party wouldn't be able to stop him at all. At this moment, Han Fei saw that there was a light on the head of this dragon beard devourer. At that moment, he seemed to fall into an illusion. In the illusion, a huge fish head was opening its mouth, trying to swallow him. God-scaring stab. As he thrust out his spear, the illusionary fish in front of him shattered like glass, and a big mouth was trying to swallow him. However, at this moment, the eyes of the dragon beard devourer were red, as if it was stabbed by his god-scaring stab. However, the other party's reaction speed wasn't slow either. After all, as an advanced Tao-seeking creature, it wouldn't be killed by Han Fei's single blow. If that happened, wouldn't the creatures who survived the demon-subduing tower be too weak? Han Fei's fist flashed and he punched out. However, he felt that his mind was slightly shaken. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had hit the wrong place. Chi-la. A sawtooth-like sound rang. Han Fei saw that this dragon beard devourer appeared 100 meters away, trying to pull its long beard out of Yu Wendao's hand. However, it had underestimated the power of a half-venerable. Han Fei had figured out what happened. Just now, when he punched, a red mark appeared on the head of the dragon beard devourer. It must have enchanted him. At that moment, Han Fei frowned. With a low growl, he stepped on the dragon beard devourer and activated the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, the 2 eyeballs of the dragon beard devourer exploded. Clang slash! Han Fei slashed and forcibly cut off the long beard of this dragon beard devourer. Immediately afterward, Hanfei used the draw technique to cut off its body. It was an advanced Tao-seeking creature, but it was still cut in two by Hanfei. The old turtle finally said leisurely, "Your reaction speed is not slow, but it's still not fast enough. When you were enchanted just now, if the other party hadn't fled but chose to attack, you would have been hit. If you encountered a top powerhouse, the other party would definitely seize this moment of opportunity. After all, your Tao heart is not firm enough." Hanfei frowned. "Tao heart?" The old turtle said, "The Tao heart may be a bit mysterious, but the stronger the Tao heart is, the stronger the will. Although the power of the soul can resist many illusions, the soul is not omnipotent. At least, it can't compare to the Tao heart. When you comprehend your own great Tao in the future, you will know that the Tao heart is much more powerful than the soul." Hanfei was puzzled. "Tao heart? Why haven't I heard of it before?" The old turtle snorted. "Why don't you take a look at how remote the sea area you're in is? In fact, in my era, most people had already started cultivating their Tao hearts when they were still weak." Hanfei was surprised. "What is a Tao heart?" The old turtle explained, "A cultivator's Tao heart is to pursue the great Tao in their heart, or the determination to become stronger. Few people can finish the path of cultivation. If you want to walk on your own, how difficult is it? Some people give up halfway, and some people look around blankly. These are all embodiments of a lack of Tao heart. You gave birth to an ancient seed. If you persist on that path, your Tao heart will be stabilized in the future. Now, your ancient seed has shattered, but you haven't comprehended your own great Tao, so your Tao heart isn't stable for a short period of time." Hanfei was stunned. "When do I have a Tao heart?" The old turtle said, "Think about it. When you harvested that ancient seed, what was the environment? What was your pursuit?" Hanfei's heart stirred. Back then, it was a seed born from the opportunity. Ren Tianfei left him in the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery. As for the environment, Hanfei was suddenly refreshed. Back in the level 3 fishery, he didn't have any distractions. All his goals were to become stronger, to take revenge, and to find the opportunities left behind by Ren Tianfei. Therefore, when he was in the level 3 fishery, what he loved most was to explore secret realms and try to become stronger. At this moment, he seemed to be thinking of ways to save the water immortal. However, when he came to the waterwood world, he didn't know that the water immortal was still alive. Therefore, saving the water immortal wasn't his Tao, but something he needed to do recently. Then, what was his purpose for coming to the waterwood world to transcend the heavenly tribulation? Before, Hanfei thought it was to become a king. However, after hearing what the old turtle just said, Hanfei suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be the case. He was here for the war 3 years from now. That war had given him too much pressure. The pressure the heavenly palace gave him was great too. The pressure on him to become a king was equally great. Others' expectations also put too much pressure on him. At this moment, Hanfei froze and looked solemn. Yes, in fact, from the moment he competed for the sea-quelling painting and learned about the 36 heavenly palaces and some secrets of this world, he had already felt pressure. Unlike Shiman Linglan in the Age of Doom, Shiman Linglan was born in a big clan. In that era, after she was expelled from the big clan, revenge was her Tao. However, the path of revenge was too narrow. In the end, Shiman Linglan embarked on the path of great love. Could it be that his Tao was to become a king? Was it for the battle 3 years from now? The answer was obviously not. However, if he just went on like this, his growth would only be limited. At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to thank the old turtle. As the saying went, your remarks were more enlightening than what I had read. In 10 years. It wasn't until just now that Han Fei came back to his senses in surprise. These words were not only better than 10 years of study, but also better than 10 years of cultivation. Didn't the water immortal have to recultivate? Because she took the wrong great Tao? Hiss. Han Fei gasped. He had to change his mistake. At this moment, Han Fei realized that he was wrong. What exactly had he been doing all these years? Transcending the tribulation, pretending to be the fish Dragon King, and finding the water immortal, these were just his experiences. And the realm of the heart was his biggest problem. Buzz. The spiritual energy around Han Fei suddenly gathered, and power from all directions gathered. The old turtle realized that the brat had an epiphany. Why did he have one at this moment? The old turtle was lost for words. If you want an epiphany, enter your calabash world. How can you have an epiphany in such a dangerous place? However, Han Fei had already entered a state of epiphany, and spiritual energy was gathering frantically. Yuan Dao, Little Black, and Little White, who had just entered the sea spirit realm, were not enough to protect him. The old turtle couldn't help cursing, God damn it. It wasn't easy for me to save some vitality. Why does this idiot suddenly have an epiphany? Doesn't he know to choose a place to have an epiphany? At this moment, Han Fei had a complicated mind and didn't realize that he was in a state of epiphany at all. In Forge the Universe, a huge amount of spiritual energy and energy burst out, which stunned Fish Dragon King. He thought to himself, what did Han Fei do this time? At this moment, Han Fei was very uneasy. What is my Tao? At first, it was for treasure hunting. Then, he had to keep getting stronger to protect himself. After that, he was a little immersed in the pleasure of treasure hunting and becoming stronger. He chased after Ren Tianfei's treasure, hoping to see this world and the infinite ocean. In Luo Xiaobai's words, he simply wanted to become stronger. Now, Han Fei discovered that whether it was the war 3 years later, becoming a king, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, or the story of old Han and his mother, they were actually not his pursuit. He had always been others' pawn. No matter how smooth things were or how many hardships he had to go through, he couldn't jump out of the game. This was because he was following their plan. He even instinctively believed that following their plan was the right choice. No. My goal is the infinite ocean, the vast sea. Xia Xiaochan is waiting for me, the heavenly desolate city is waiting for me. The gods have perished, the beast kings have gone east, and the history remains a mystery. My path is to keep walking forward. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Crack. Han Fei stood proudly in midair and had already made a breakthrough without knowing it. His strength had directly skipped the Junior Explorer realm and reached the Intermediate Explorer realm. The old turtle was dumbfounded. What kind of speed is this? How long has it been since the tribulation? How did he suddenly become an intermediate explorer? And the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe was still being consumed. Crazily. Thousands of spiritual fruits exploded, and all kinds of power poured in, but Han Fei's breakthrough didn't stop. However, the outside world had already become a sea of corpses and blood. Yuan Dao was on a killing spree, and his palm swept across the sea. Poisonous substances escaped from his body, and there was a dazzling golden light, gravity suppression, and saber beams. Yuan Dao had mastered too many great Daos, so in the eyes of the old turtle, he was just a weakling. However, in the eyes of these great demons at the Dao seeking realm, Yuan Dao was simply a monster. Furthermore, what Han Fei didn't know was that Yuan Dao wanted to come to the royal city for the forbidden areas. He conceded that he had many means and was very strong. Perhaps he could encounter opportunities in the forbidden area to let him enter the Dao. However, Yuan Dao never expected that he would enter the forbidden areas of the royal city as a puppet. Yuan Dao was fighting fiercely, so was the old turtle. At this moment, the black fog was spreading, and many weird creatures were rushing into the black fog but never going out again. In this black fog, Little White was forcibly suppressed by the old turtle. The main reason was that Little Black and Little White were too weak. Even if they had an innate Dao body, so what? An innate Dao body couldn't cross a large realm or multiple small realms to fight an enemy. If Han Fei woke up and saw his precious spiritual beast almost being beaten to death, he would definitely blame him. This brat would definitely fight him to death for these two fish. Little White was caught, and Little Black was attacking. A creature was going to swallow Han Fei. How could he tolerate it? Little Black opened his big mouth. He decided to bite first, whether he could bite or not. Within a kilometer around Han Fei, there were a lot of cracking sounds, and sparks flew in all directions, which were mostly caused by Little Black. The attacks came from two sources. One was the six-finger coral, which seemed to have discovered that the sea flower had died and was rushing here unscrupulously. A group of corals could actually leave their growing place and float in the water? Who would believe this? However, the six-finger coral was stopped by the old turtle. All the yellow light shot into the black fog without raising any water. The insect fluid that could corrode vitality and soul was swallowed by the black fog and instantly withered. On the other side, dozens of dragon beard devourers attacked. Just now, one of their companions died. They were a little unsure and didn't dare to attack rashly. But at this moment, Han Fei was making a breakthrough. The spiritual energy and energy gathered here, and a large number of creatures were surging over. How could they fall behind? In addition to the dragon beard devourers, there was also a large shell full of sea anemone-like tentacles pushing at the water. The soul of the jellyfish flashed with electric arcs, and there were huge flowers burning with flames. Hundreds of creatures were gathering. On Han Fei's side, there were actually only two combat powers. If he had to describe it, Yuan Dao was at most a peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouse, and the old turtle could be counted as a half-venerable. Therefore, the old turtle wrapped Han Fei in black fog. Even so, the old turtle could only devour the vitality of these creatures at most. However, if any creatures entered the black mist and attacked Han Fei, the old turtle couldn't stop them. He could only control that area to make the vitality absorption more frantic. And the black fog was also a kind of energy. When the old turtle defeated his opponent, he actually consumed a lot of energy. Besides, as a soul, he swallowed vitality just to extend his life. The soul was the key to the old turtle's survival. But now he was fighting with his soul power. Therefore, although it seemed that the old turtle was almost invincible, and all the vitality of creatures was being swallowed by the black fog, only the Old Turtle knew that he didn't make any profit. He had gained some vitality, but he had used a lot of his soul power. Therefore, when the Old Turtle saw that Han Fei had already become an intermediate explorer, he began to call for reinforcements. He felt that it wasn't good to make too many breakthroughs at once. The more talented Han Fei was, the more he needed to accumulate. Therefore, the Old Turtle roared, "Han Fei, wake up, wake up." At this moment, Han Fei was immersed in his beautiful vision. He was very excited. At this moment, he vaguely discovered his great Tao. It was an exploration, a pursuit of knowledge, and a path of comfort. To become stronger was to see this world. Cultivation was to see this world. Even though he was already very strong, looking at this world, he still felt like a passerby. That feeling was like, I am the master of my fate. This mood made Han Fei transform. His meridians were emitting a strange light. And his blood was boiling. In Han Fei's dantian, a small seed the size of a sesame was born at some point. When this seed was born, the Old Turtle was dumbfounded. Hiss. Another one? Although it's small, this brat gave birth to another one? His talent is too terrifying. At the moment when Han Fei was having an epiphany, in a secret realm in the Yinyang world, Han Guanchu suddenly opened his eyes, pinched his fingers, and calculated, and his expression became solemn. Why did this brat jump out of the chess game so quickly? Han Guanchu quickly performed divination again, and the sky and the clouds changed. After a long while, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Who? Fortunately, he hasn't completely jumped out. That's all right. Han Guanchu couldn't help being a little curious. Didn't Han Fei just go to the Waterwood world to transcend the tribulation? Why had he almost ruined his chess game? In a distant unknown place, a woman was standing on a cliff. Under her feet was the moonlight, and she was like standing on the stars. The woman looked up at the starry sky and her eyes flickered. Has my son entered the Tao? But why have I never seen this Tao before? Han Fei didn't know what impact his epiphany would have. All in all, he felt that he was in an extremely good state. Of course, except for the noisy shouting in his ears. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Han Fei wanted to ignore the noise at first, but at the next moment, he suddenly woke up. F***ck, wasn't I fighting in the demon-subduing tower? Why am I suddenly exclaiming about my life? Instantly, Han Fei's consciousness returned to reality. When he opened his eyes and took a closer look, he found that a battle had already broken out in front of his eyes. The black fog swept out, and many creatures were held by the Old Turtle, their vitality fading. The Old Turtle roared, "Brat, you finally woke up. I'll leave these creatures to you. My soul has been damaged again. I can't do anything anymore." Han Fei had wanted to thank the Old Turtle. He thought to himself, if it weren't for this old guy's words, I wouldn't have been able to find my great Tao yet. As for what the Old Turtle said about the soul damage, Han Fei didn't believe it at all. The reason he didn't believe it was that the Old Turtle, as an emperor, wouldn't be hurt because of this trivial battle. He didn't know what an emperor was like yet. However, Han Fei knew very well what a half-king was like. That was simply inhuman. The sky-dissecting finger was terrifying enough, wasn't it? He felt that the finger could even pierce through the sky. However, a half-king was able to resist it. He had once asked, how many peak-level venerables or half-kings could a king-level powerhouse defeat? The old turtle said, "A dozen, easily." From this, it could be seen that a king-level powerhouse could easily destroy a 1,000-star city. If a king-level powerhouse was already so strong, what about an emperor? Therefore, no matter what, Han Fei would never believe what the old turtle said. However, he was indeed distracted just now. Since the creatures had come, he would just fight. Setting aside some shackles on him, Han Fei discovered that what he loved most was still exploring, treasure hunting, becoming stronger, and seeking knowledge. At this moment, he saw that a big shell opened its shell, and a large number of tentacles extended out of the shell, trying to buckle him. Humph! Even a shell dares to attack me now? Do you want to be my food? Han Fei stepped in the air, his figure flashed in the air, and he directly appeared beside the big clam. As the invincible fist blasted out, with a bang, the big clam was sent flying. Dong! Crack! When Han Fei heard the muffled thunder-like bombardment, he felt his strength slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Han Fei immediately looked at his message. The next moment, Han Fei gasped. What did I do? When did I become an intermediate explorer? Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 74, Intermediate Explorer. Spiritual Energy, 180,000/180,000. Spiritual Power, greater than 24,666/24,666. Perception Range, 2,160 kilometers. Enforcing Law, Invincible Vajra. Strength, 348 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 61. Second Spiritual Beast, Unawakened. Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level. Divine Quality. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When he saw this information, Han Fei was stunned. When did I become an intermediate explorer? His upper limit of spiritual energy suddenly soared to 180,000 points. His spiritual power had also increased a lot, and his perception range had increased by more than 200 kilometers. And he hadn't cultivated the God-scaring painting yet. Otherwise, as time passed, it would only be higher. However, he didn't ask the old turtle this time. Han Fei soon discovered that he was not in the right state. He seemed to be more relaxed, both physically and mentally. Then he found a sesame-sized seed in his dantian. It must have just been born. Han Fei was a little surprised. I just perceived it. Why are there so many benefits? Is this a Tao seed? At this time, the old turtle thought to himself, why are you still puzzled? I'm the one who's depressed. The old turtle said, physical body, realm, and spiritual perception are all extremely important in cultivation. Especially perception, it determines the height of your spiritual realm and soul. Han Fei saw that the increase in his spiritual power didn't seem to be a lot. But it was actually nearly 10%. After reaching the explorer level, it was already extremely terrifying to be able to increase his strength by 10%. Of course, this was definitely not the limit. Han Fei could clearly perceive that as long as he had enough time to cultivate, it shouldn't be a problem for his spiritual power to increase by 20% or even 30%. Unfortunately, the only thing he lacked now was time. Looking at the clamshell that was almost torn apart by his punch, Han Fei grinned, stomped, and appeared 1,000 meters away. A dragon-beard devourer couldn't escape in time and its long beard was grabbed by Han Fei. Chilla. The draw cast a dazzling brilliance on the seabed, and a long beard was chopped off by Han Fei. In addition to the normal creatures, a large number of six-finger corals shot out grayish-yellow light. This group of living corals seemed to be trying to grab territory without fear of death. However, with the death of the sea flower, Han Fei's strength had greatly improved, and the six-finger coral's parasitic ability couldn't be used at all. Then they were directly sucked dry by Han Fei. Yes, they were sucked dry. What was sucked dry was spiritual energy and vitality. However, there were still many creatures here, and most of them were in the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Therefore, even if Han Fei used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them instantly. A single-horned dragon, whose horn flashed with lightning, released electric arcs thousands of meters around, sending a big black fish to the bottom of the sea. A blue lobster attacked Han Fei with its pincers, cutting the seawater and the space. It seemed to be trying to kill Han Fei quickly. Roar. Get lost. Han Fei's body suddenly soared, and he activated the Beast King technique. Summoned the big ape, and held the embroidery needle in his hand. Bang! 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 He simply let the electric sparks fall on him. Han Fei's body and the surrounding waters were bombarded with crackling sounds. However, his speed didn't decrease at all. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks smashed down, directly smashing the giant pincers. Then, Han Fei stomped and the embroidery needle smashed at the head of the big dragon crazily until the head was broken. Han Fei stared at a giant turtle and punched it backhand. The sacrificing punch crushed the giant turtle all the way to the bottom. Han Fei's powerful blow respectively killed and seriously injured one of them. Seeing this, many creatures were surprised. More importantly, the six-finger coral failed to gain anything from Han Fei. It was also under this blow that Han Fei's strength seemed to be recognized by the creatures on the third floor of the demon-suppressing tower. Therefore, a large number of creatures began to retreat. However, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let them go. He roared, "All the other creatures can go, but the dragon-bearded big fish must stay." Like a giant, Han Fei shrank the ground into an inch at the bottom of the sea, covering dozens of kilometers with each step as he chased crazily. A dragon-beard devourer said, "We admit your strength. Why do you keep chasing us?" Han Fei was slightly surprised. "You can talk? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? In short, I like your long beard. Are you giving it to me voluntarily, or should I pluck it myself?" Roar. "Do you know where you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" 3 dragon-beard devourers, seeing that Yuan Dao didn't chase over in time, quickly turned around in tacit understanding. Their long beards wove into a net and fell on Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't want to fight a protracted battle with them. Therefore, under the star teleportation technique, Han Fei suddenly appeared beside a dragon-beard devourer. He drew his sword, turned the infinity water into a knife, and launched the draw technique again. With his 2 powerful strikes and a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, how could ordinary great demons at the Tao-seeking realm resist it? Chi. Chi. On the scales of the dragon-beard devourer, flames were surging. Han Fei could even feel the muscles of their bodies twitching. However, even so, these dragon-bearded big fish failed to block the attack of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. In an instant, the 2 advanced Tao-seeking demons were almost cut apart. They didn't die in one attack, because they had stayed in the advanced Tao seeking realm for too long, so their current physique was very strong. Only because of that were they not chopped in half by Han Fei's slash. However, just as the two dragon beard devourers were horrified and were about to burn their blood to escape, they suddenly discovered that their souls seemed to be caught. In fact, these dragon-bearded big fish had cultivated for much longer than Han Fei. Although Han Fei's soul power was very strong, it was not much stronger than these advanced Tao-seeking creatures. Therefore, it was not easy to directly control them. However, what Han Fei wanted was to delay them for some time. As for the others, he would deal with them later. The infinity water turned into the million knife art, entangling the two dragon beard devourers in it. In an instant, tens of thousands of wounds appeared on their bodies, and the two advanced Tao-seeking creatures that should have been extremely powerful were killed. Seeing how ferocious Han Fei was, the other creatures didn't dare to fight him anymore. Yuan Dao's strength clearly exceeded the third level of the demon-subduing tower. However, because it was a puppet, the demon-subduing tower had no restrictions on him. None of the creatures who had survived in the demon suppression tower were fools. How could a person who could kill a sea flower be weak? Even if they attacked him together, they couldn't shake him. Why not run? At this moment, a weird perception swept past casually. Han Fei suddenly became vigilant. Han Fei could clearly tell that on the third level of the demon-subduing tower, the strongest should be at the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Because of their characteristics, those who survived might have certain abilities, but they were definitely not strong enough that he couldn't deal with them. However, this perception made Han Fei's heart palpitate. Could it be a behemoth who could resist him with the strength of the advanced Tao-seeking realm? Immediately, Han Fei smiled. He had almost forgotten that he was only in the intermediate Tao-seeking realm. Before, he was only at the junior Tao-seeking realm. When did he no longer take advanced Tao-seeking creatures seriously? Is it a legend creature? Only legend creatures would give him a sense of danger in this realm. If it were a creature of another level, unless it had reached the level of a half venerable, it wouldn't make his heart palpitate. Han Fei didn't directly perceive with his soul. In this realm, he discovered that there were too many creatures that could attack the soul. Without using his soul to perceive, Han Fei snorted and collected the bodies of dozens of creatures. Then he strode forward and swam in the direction of danger. Huh! The old turtle exclaimed, "It's such a creature." Han Fei was confused. What? The old turtle said, "See for yourself. That guy is waiting for you." Han Fei was even more confused. Wait for me? Does he think he can sweep me? Han Fei didn't believe it at all. In the words of the old turtle, the yin-yang world and the waterwood world were just barren lands, but he had just had an epiphany. The key to his path was not the path itself, but walking. If he couldn't even walk through this barren land and couldn't even defeat the creatures here, how could he cross the infinite ocean and search for the merman race and rebuild the heavenly desolate city? 1,000 kilometers passed in a moment. Some creatures met Han Fei, but they quickly fled and didn't fight. In fact, Han Fei didn't lack the materials for these creatures. Now, spiritual spring and spiritual fruits were easy to obtain in Han Fei's eyes. He could grab them if he wanted and didn't have to try so hard to get them. Han Fei felt that it was like exploring now. Exploring the unknown, the history, and the location of the body of the water immortal. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that explorers were called explorers mostly because of their pursuit of the unknown. He had figured out many secrets and had a general direction in his heart. As for the others, they couldn't even touch the door. Clatter. The forest-like terrain at the bottom of the sea disappeared. The hidden creatures no longer appeared in this water area. Instead, it was yellow sand. However, what alarmed Han Fei was that under the sand there were many bones, but no living creatures. Until Han Fei saw a human woman in the middle of the sand. Han Fei had always thought that the half-serpent was a big demon that was half human and half snake. However, it turned out to be a beautiful woman with a slightly larger frame. Furthermore, the woman's clothes were rather exquisite. With the sea demon's skin as the clothes and the bone ornaments as the accessories, from her left wrist to her neck, and then to her right elbow, there was a white serpent. Entangled. At this moment, both of them were looking at Han Fei. Han Fei saw that this person was looking in his direction with a cold look, like the snake head on her elbow, which gave him a strange feeling. After a long stun, Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Hi." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei said with a smile, but he was very surprised. The feeling this woman gave him was extremely extraordinary. She didn't have a snake body. Although her frame looked bigger than his own, her face was cold and holy. Especially the white snake that entangled her body, it made her look inhuman. Han Fei felt that this was the symbol of God. She stood barefoot and expressionless, with a strange beast accompanying her. She looked like a celestial being. What surprised Han Fei even more was that the demon purification pot didn't see any information from this person, not even the information of the white snake. Han Fei couldn't help asking in his heart, "Old Yuan, is this a human or a demon?" The old turtle said, "To be precise, this is not a human or a demon, but a mutation born of a human and a sea demon. It's fine if it's an ordinary mutation, but this one was born with great luck. As a result, she almost became a divine child." Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. "Are you kidding me? A divine child?" Han Fei asked in shock, "Are you saying that she's the child of a god? Didn't gods die a long time ago? Has this woman lived here for hundreds of thousands of years?" The old turtle said angrily, "I said that she almost became a divine child. But she didn't, okay? Now, I can only tell that her bloodline is a bit special. And she may have awakened some ancient bloodline. As for what it is, how can I know?" At this moment, the woman gently raised her right hand, and the white snake on her elbow rose. The snake flicked out its tongue and looked at Han Fei curiously. The woman said, "You are a powerful sea demon." Han Fei was confused. "You're telling me?" Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" The woman raised her head slightly. "My last name is Bai." Pfft. Han Fei was speechless. "Who the hell asked your last name?" He couldn't help but ask, "Well, what about your first name?" The woman looked back. "No one gave me a first name. I only know my last name is Bai." Han Fei didn't feel that this woman wanted to kill him, but she was indeed on her guard. Han Fei asked, "Then, Miss Bai, are you waiting for me?" The woman nodded slightly. "You killed the sea flower. On this floor, no creatures except me should be your match." Han Fei asked, "Did you know that there are other floors?" The woman said calmly, "Yes, I walked down floor by floor. I can enter the next floor in 3 years at most. Hanfei asked in surprise, did you walk down floor by floor? The old turtle said in Hanfei's heart, of course. Since she was born, she has been in the demon-subduing tower. Naturally, she walked down from the first floor. However, she lacks experience in the tower, which makes her foundation not perfect. Hanfei asked, there are so many powerful creatures here. Are they not enough for her to gain experience? The old turtle sneered. How long have you been here? You're already invincible on this level, not to mention her. The creatures here are all afraid of her. Who will fight her? Everyone is wary of her. Hanfei thought to himself, she can take the initiative to fight other creatures. However, this woman seems rather innocent. Maybe she doesn't want to kill those creatures? Hanfei looked at the woman. Then do you know the way to the next floor? The woman nodded. I know, but there are restrictions to going to the next floor. Can you do me a favor? Hanfei nodded. She spoke to him nicely the moment he came up. He was not a born killer, so he certainly wouldn't rush up and fight her. Therefore, Hanfei smiled and said, just tell me. I'll help if I can. The woman's frown suddenly relaxed. Hanfei could tell from her small movement that this woman seemed to have taken a long breath and was relieved. Hanfei thought to himself, is she afraid that I won't help her? The woman said, come on, hit me. Huh? Hanfei was stunned for a moment. Wait, Miss Bai, you mean hit you? The woman nodded. Because it's difficult for me to find an opponent. Outsiders will probably die before they reach me. You are already the strongest outsider I've ever seen. Hanfei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? Those who are stronger than me basically appear on the 4th level and won't appear on the 3rd level at all. How can you find someone stronger than me? Hanfei asked, so, you want me to fight with you and help you polish your foundation, right? The woman nodded, so did the white snake on her elbow. They seemed to be telepathic. Hanfei thought to himself, it seems that I haven't fought such a strange person before. The other party shouldn't be weak. Hanfei smiled and said, okay, let's have a fight first. Let me have a try. Although he knew that this woman should be very strong and the old turtle even said that she almost became a divine child, Hanfei didn't think he was weak. Even if she was a real divine child, so what? With great confidence, Hanfei suddenly launched the heavenly void divine movement at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he appeared in front of the woman. The invincible fist blasted out. Just as Hanfei was considering if he should hold back, he saw a piece of white gauze blocking his fist. Bang! The terrifying ripples spread out dozens of kilometers. It could be seen how powerful Hanfei's punch was. To Hanfei's horror, the woman brushed past him and gently patted his shoulder with a hand. Hanfei had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Since he was trained by Ren Tianfei in the level 3 fishery, Hanfei felt that every bone and every muscle in his body seemed to be able to fight. Knowing that the other party was about to slap him, Hanfei moved his feet, exerted strength in his waist, and rammed his shoulder at the slap. Rumble! At that moment, sand flew all over the sky, the seawater exploded, and there were continuous booms. Hanfei felt that his bones were almost broken. He was horrified. What kind of power was this? The moment the two sides collided, Hanfei had already realized that something was wrong. The other party was too strong, so he didn't hold back at that moment. He poured all his strength out but was still slapped away, rolling dozens of times on the seabed. Half of his body was numb. Cough. Han Fei grunted and found that he had some internal injuries. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The old turtle said, "Do you really think you're invincible? She is going to reach the peak level anyway, 2 levels higher than you. You don't even use any secret technique, and you think you can win against her? Let me tell you. She hasn't even used 50% of her strength." Han Fei was quite bummed himself. This time, he had really overestimated himself. Yes, if it were an ordinary advanced Dao-seeking powerhouse, no matter how strong he would only have a strength of 500 waves at most. However, this woman was obviously not an ordinary person. The woman said, "You can exert all your strength. The strength you use now is too weak." When had Han Fei ever been evaluated like this, by a woman? He couldn't have looked more awful. He stomped and activated Devil Change. Now, the old turtle was in his body. At that time, he could still use the Devil Change secret method. They had discussed before that the old turtle's true body was still suppressed somewhere, so Devil Change could be used. Of course, after reaching the level of an intermediate explorer, the effect of the usage had become extremely low. The enhancement of Devil Change was only 2 times. It was still much weaker than the Beast King technique. However, the power boost of 2 times was already a lot. When doubled, the power he had would reach as high as 700 waves, which already exceeded the power of ordinary peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses. Han Fei stepped out again and appeared in front of the woman. This time, the invincible fist was even more powerful, with a brilliance of 1,000 feet, dazzling, and shockingly fast. Since this woman's realm was higher than his, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. When he attacked again, it was completely different from before. The woman's eyes glittered as she punched Han Fei with all her strength and extended a hand. Rumble. This time, the vortex at the bottom of the sea completely erupted, and the shaking ripples spread out 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The other creatures released their perceptions, and after seeing the power of the 2 of them, they immediately fled. This was 2F** King terrifying. Even the power of their ultimate blow was probably not so strong. Cough, cough. The woman didn't move at all, but Han Fei took 7 or 8 steps back before he suddenly raised his head. Her physical strength exceeds 700 waves. If I've guessed right, it might even reach 1,000 waves. And in this blow just now, she still didn't use all her strength. The woman asked in confusion, "You are very strong, but why do you fight only with strength?" Han Fei chuckled. "I just wanted to see how strong you are. Okay, now I'm going to fight you seriously." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Wasn't this battle a trial for Han Fei? It had only been half a year since he transcended the tribulation, but he had already become an intermediate explorer. His strength improved too quickly. Han Fei was also eager to polish himself to fully adapt to this power. In duels, there was no such thing as pure strength fight. In a battle, strength was not the only determining factor. If he didn't use the Beast King technique, he would definitely lose. At this moment, Han Fei's figure flashed in the void with the help of the near-at-hand technique, and his invincible fist mark swept in all directions. At this time, the white snake that Han Fei had always thought might be a spiritual beast propped up half of its body. The moment Han Fei appeared in the air, the white snake had already located him. The woman almost stood still, giving Han Fei a taste of the thousand-hand guanyin. After discovering that the near-at-hand technique didn't work, Han Fei even summoned the phantom glass wings and began to flash infinitely. But even with infinite flash, this woman could keep up with the speed of his punches. After only 20 seconds, the surrounding energy was almost swallowed by the two of them. The sand had long become a big pit. Agility of wind. Under the dual acceleration of the heavenly void divine movement and the agility of wind, the woman's expression finally changed. She didn't expect that Han Fei's speed could be even faster. Immediately, the thousand-hand guanyin pose disappeared. Instead, 3 oval void shields appeared in front of her like 3 small portals, shielding in front of her. Han Fei's invincible fist entered through the void doors and then blasted back at him from all directions. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. A space teleportation technique similar to the star teleportation technique? It was also like the space reversal technique he had encountered in the abyssal chasm and the ghost ship. Seeing this scene, Han Fei retracted his fist and the infinity water turned into a knife. And he used the star teleportation technique and appeared directly inside the void shields. Huh? Seeing that Han Fei had so many means, the woman's pupils turned white, and she released a power similar to a soul explosion, trying to drive Han Fei away. Roar. The 100-beast soul subduing roar was activated. The woman's body trembled, and blood oozed out of her ears. Han Fei took the opportunity to launch the million knife art. But to Han Fei's surprise, this woman's physique was equally strong. As the million knife art swept across, clinking sounds were heard. However, Han Fei soon discovered the problem. It was not that this woman's physique was strong, but that the surface of her body was suddenly covered by a layer of white scales. However, although it was covered by white scales, it was still unable to resist the attack of the million knife art. The scales were cracking, which caused the woman and the white snake to be injured again. It seemed that the woman had sensed the horror of the infinity water, and a thin layer of sand attached to the woman's body, which turned into a battle suit of sand in the blink of an eye. However, a round of infinity water swept over and destroyed most of the battle suit. For this woman, buying so little time seemed to be enough. Hundreds of tentacles of sand extended from the bottom of the sea, trying to roll towards Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed with one hand and crushed a tentacle, but the tentacle didn't fall but gathered again and began to recover. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew very well that the other party was controlling these sand with the power of soul. It seemed that the 100-beast soul subduing roar just now didn't have much effect on her. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he held the spear in his hand and blasted out a god-scaring stab. Then he immediately used the star teleportation technique and activated the sacrificing punch again. Ding ding ding. Rumble. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they fought for 300 rounds. After using the devil change and releasing all his strength, he finally won by a fluke. At this time, the woman had already come back to her senses after being smashed into the sand. Seeing that Han Fei didn't chase her, she sensed the energy around her and knew that if she wanted to attack again, she would have to rest for at least several hours. After a fierce battle and using many means, Han Fei finally won. However, this was not a life and death battle. He still had some trump cards, but this woman must be in the same situation. If it was a life and death battle, although Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. The woman was thrown dozens of kilometers away by Han Fei's punch. When she came back, the white snake laid weakly on her arm, but the woman seemed to be only lightly injured. The woman looked at Han Fei rather curiously. You are the first creature who can beat me in the intermediate Tao-seeking realm. You are much stronger than the sea demons that have appeared before. Han Fei thought to himself, fortunately, you didn't leave the demon subduing tower and get discovered by the people of the White Shell Royal City. Otherwise, you would either surrender or die. Han Fei shrugged. You are already very strong. Among the people I know, there are no more than 10 who are stronger than you in the same realm. In fact, Han Fei wanted to say that there might not be a second person who was stronger than this woman in the same realm except for him. However, he counted Old Han and the other powerhouses he had met in, because he didn't want this woman to be too complacent. Han Fei thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and cast the holy light technique, which startled the white snake. However, when the white light fell, the white snake seemed to stretch out and became much more energetic. The woman looked at Han Fei curiously but didn't ask further. She just nodded slightly. After a while, she said, "Will you be here forever? It seems that your level is not enough for you to go to the next floor." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. What kind of strength do I need to go to the next floor? The woman said, break through the advanced Tao-seeking realm and reach the peak. Then you can go to the next level. Han Fei frowned. He couldn't wait until he reached the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. How could it be so easy to do it in a short period of time? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Miss Bai, let me ask you, do you know if there is a lotus here? The woman was puzzled. What is a lotus? Han Fei was helpless. Yes, this woman had never left the demon-subduing tower. It could be said that she was unfamiliar with the entire world, so she naturally didn't know about lotus. However, the girl suddenly said, maybe, when you reach the next level, I can help you answer this question. If you are willing to come with me, I can wait for you until your realm improves. Han Fei saw that the girl's eyebrows relaxed again, but this time Han Fei's heart sank. Who wants you to wait? And how many years have you been trapped here? Even if I reach the next floor, what can you do to help me? Although he needed to consolidate his strength, he knew that time was of the essence. But other people were different. For the old turtle, 1,000 years wasn't a long time and might be only enough for him to take a nap. And for a normal Tao-seeking great demon, 8 or 10 years was definitely not long. But for him, even a month was very important. He still didn't know how to get out. If he couldn't get out in a month, would Yu Tianqin and Changshui Qin think he was already dead? If the forbidden area was closed, wouldn't he have to find another way to leave the demon-subduing tower? Seeing that this woman should be innocent, Han Fei asked directly, Miss Bai, do you know how to leave the demon-subduing tower? The girl was briefly stunned and then shook her head slightly. I've searched every floor, but found no way to leave. And I don't want to leave now. Han Fei's heart sank. Shit, even she couldn't find a way to leave. The old turtle also said that he didn't come in through an array, but through the void. This also meant that unless he found the void's weak point, it was almost impossible for him to return. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He probably had to carry some kind of token to enter the demon-subduing tower, with which he could find the weak point of the space. However, he came in without bringing anything. He thought that Yu Tianxin and the others were defenseless. They probably didn't expect him to run into the demon-subduing tower. That was the last place he should come in. Han Fei said with a sullen face, "Miss Bai, is there no other way to go to the next floor? Are there arrays between the upper and lower floors? If there are arrays, I can take a look." The white snake on the girl's arm immediately straightened up and flicked out its tongue, only to hear the girl say, "You know arrays? There is indeed a big array up and down, but I don't understand them. Besides, it's not entirely in array. You can take a look." Han Fei scanned around with his perception and frowned. He didn't find any exit or arrays. The girl said, "You can't perceive anything there. Just follow me." After that, the two of them walked for more than 300 kilometers and found a circular ring of light with a radius of about 50 meters. Even if they could see it with their naked eyes, under their perception, this place was still empty. Huh? Han Fei was slightly stunned. What a magical place. Now Han Fei finally understood why the girl said that this wasn't entirely an array. It was because this array floated in the circle of light, rising and falling in the void. Han Fei reached out and grabbed at it, but he couldn't touch the strange array at all. At this moment, the old turtle said leisurely, "Dao arrays have no real bodies. What you see is the traces of the Dao runes left behind by the void. You can't be teleported to the next floor until you trigger a Dao array or reach the peak of the Dao-seeking realm." Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. A Dao array? This was the first time Han Fei had heard of Dao arrays. An array imprinted with the Great Dao? Was the level of this demon suppression tower so high? Han Fei asked, "Does it mean that I have to enter the Dao and use the Dao runes to crack this array?" The old turtle said, "That's right. This should also be a restriction. In the advanced Dao-seeking realm, there aren't many people who can accurately grasp their own great Dao and firmly press on to this Dao. Usually, at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm, they will be stuck at the threshold of entering the Dao. At the half-venerable realm, one needs to think about whether to enter this Dao or not. As for you." "Yes?" The old turtle said leisurely, "I don't know. You should have discovered that. You suddenly gave birth to another Dao seed. I've never heard of it before. By logic, you have already stepped into the Dao, but I didn't notice it at all." "Oh? Have I stepped into the Dao?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although another Dao seed appeared in his dantian, he didn't realize that he had stepped into the Dao. He only felt that he might have understood some of his paths. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. "Is my path my Dao?" Han Fei's body stiffened, and he hurriedly asked, "Old Yuan, does having a Dao seed mean that no one has taken this path, which means that this path is very strong?" The old turtle said, "It's not completely certain. Generally speaking, no one who can give birth to a Dao seed at your level has walked such a path. However, isn't your Dao seed a little too small? It's only the size of a needle eye. I can't be sure. However, no matter what, the Dao seed that can be born is generally not weak. Most great Daos don't have a Dao seed. Only some special Daos will give birth to a Dao seed." Han Fei took a breath. Got it. In short, his Tao should be very special. Even if his Tao seed was only the size of a sesame seed, it couldn't change the fact it was unique. Who said that the strength of a Tao seed was determined by its size? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, since I've already stepped into the Tao, what about my Tao runes? How can I use my great Tao? The old turtle said, you have to experience it yourself. I'm not you, and I don't know your Tao. I don't even know how you gave birth to a Tao seed. How can I tell you? Han Fei's face was stiff, which puzzled the woman next to him. Seeing that Han Fei's expression remained unchanged, she guessed that Han Fei probably couldn't break this array. She said, is it difficult? Han Fei came back to himself and nodded quietly. Yes, this is a Tao array. 2. Crack this array, one needs to use Tao runes. Tao runes? The woman frowned. I've seen many creatures enter, but most of them will go straight there when they break through to the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Han Fei said, it's possible. They entered the Tao at that moment. Han Fei didn't panic. He first looked at the complicated array. The contents of the array didn't seem to be difficult. According to the outline of the array, this should be a kind of teleportation array. Although it was very different from ordinary teleportation arrays. Teleportation arrays were teleportation arrays. Although the mechanism of activation was different and required some Tao runes, it was still a teleportation array. Therefore, a certain spatial power had to be designed as the foundation of the teleportation array. It was like solving a question. No matter how complicated the question was, it was derived from simple questions and concepts. Therefore, this was what Han Fei understood. There was no unbreakable array in this world. It was just a matter of time. Han Fei already had an idea of how to break the array. Now he just needed to try breaking the array. But this problem came. If he wanted to experiment, he had to learn to use his own Tao runes first. He had even produced King Tao seed, but he didn't know how to use it. Wasn't it embarrassing? Han Fei turned his head and looked at the woman. Miss Bai, I need some time to deduce it. The woman nodded slightly. Okay. Han Fei summoned Yu Wendao to guard him. After all, it was the first time he met this woman. It was impossible for him to trust her. When he was fighting at the Sea Flower, this woman must have seen Yu Wendao. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have to hide anything. The woman was not surprised at Yu Wendao's appearance at all. She seemed to have foreseen it. She even retreated dozens of kilometers back. Han Fei sat cross-legged, calmed his mind, sank his consciousness into his dantian, and carefully observed the Tao seed he gave birth to. In the old turtle's words, he knew too little about the world. Although Han Fei felt that he had seen enough of the world, from the various secrets he had dug out, there were still too many unknowns waiting for him to explore. The twists and turns of the process were not important, but the exploration process was. To be more precise, he still had a long way to go. He hadn't been to the Yinyang Heavenly Palace yet. There was still half a drop of Origin's water waiting for him to take. However, there were so many puppets there. If his strength was weak, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to take it. Also, he had to find Xia Shaochan, so he had to become a king first. Otherwise, if he couldn't beat Chen Huangdian, it would get him nowhere. Therefore, entering the Yinyang world was his first step, and becoming a king was his second step. This would be an important turning point on Han Fei's path. Secondly, he had to find his biological sister and rebuild the heavenly, desolate city. How many secrets were involved in this? Also, the grand myriad mountains and the mystery of the fall of the gods. What happened back then? He wanted to know all this? He had to become stronger. He didn't expect that the simple spirit of exploration was also a road. When this road itself became a great Tao, how should he use the power of this great Tao? Han Fei frowned, his mind revolving around the sesame-sized Tao seed. Thinking, how could such a great Tao provide power for me? For example, the soul-splitting path. Its significance was very clear, which was to split the soul. For example, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. The heaven enlightenment. Divine technique was meant to save one's life. It could last long and revive the dead with infinite magical effects. For example, to walk the path of invincibility, one had to be invincible. The ultimate goal of this path was to be invincible. And is great Tao? At present, Han Fei didn't know what to call it. He had to know how to use it, so as to give it a name. Han Fei first transmitted his spiritual power into the seed, trying to understand the mysteries of this great Tao. However, the moment his soul was immersed, Han Fei saw nothing but darkness. Han Fei frowned and injected spiritual energy into the seed again, which flashed. Han Fei felt his body tremble, and an arched object wrapped in white mist appeared in front of him. It looked like a bridge. Han Fei was a little depressed. He was just perceiving the great Tao. Why did a bridge suddenly appear? Furthermore, was this bridge covered by fog? It didn't seem to reveal its true body. Huh. Is this a great Tao? It's directly revealed? The old turtle couldn't help exclaiming. It seemed that he had never seen Han Fei's weird great Tao before. Han Fei wondered, shouldn't the great Tao be revealed directly? The old turtle said solemnly, there are. However, the great Tao is a secret of one person. Once the great Tao is broken, your Tao path may collapse. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one will show their great Tao at all. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Huh, then what about mine? The old turtle said, I don't know either. I've never seen it before. This is your own Tao. Try walking this bridge. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Will there be any problems? The old turtle said impatiently, that's your own Tao. What problem can you have? Will it kill you? Han Fei realized that it did make sense. This is my own great Tao. What's wrong with me walking on it? I unconsciously created my own Tao. How monstrous is this? How worthy of bragging. Therefore, Han Fei got up and walked straight to the white mist bridge. When he stepped on it, he felt that it was soft and didn't seem to feel anything. Therefore, the second and third steps. After 3 steps, Han Fei felt heavy all over. After 7 or 8 steps, he came to the center of the bridge. Han Fei felt that his legs were a little weak. For some reason, when Han Fei took another step forward, his body went soft. And he sat on the bridge, shivering. But that was not all. Not only did Han Fei fail to cross the bridge, but he was also panting hard. Unable to even take a deep breath. His body was shaking all over. F***ck. Old Yuan, didn't you say that this was my own Tao? Why do I feel like I'm going to be disabled? The old turtle was also a little stunned at this moment. How could someone walk on his own Tao like this? He thought to himself, this is also the first time I've seen a situation like this. However, Han Fei's eyes were almost blurred by sweat. In the mist, Han Fei seemed to see a vague figure hidden in the white mist on the other side of the bridge. Han Fei felt that the figure was very familiar, and he even felt pure power. However, his body could no longer support him to move half a step forward. Fuse. At this moment, Han Fei didn't choose to recall the power of the great Tao, but tried to look at the opposite side of the bridge. The moment little black and little white fused, the yin-yang divine eyes appeared. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see another him on the other side of the bridge. In addition to his other self, Han Fei seemed to feel surging power, ca. Void, and c an array. Wait. Han Fei was shocked. Wasn't that array the same one as before? However, unlike the array just now, the array on the opposite side of the bridge seemed to have some different Tao runes, which seemed to have been redrawn. Unfortunately, he only caught a glimpse of it and didn't see it clearly. Buzz. There was no telling if his strength was exhausted, but the white mist bridge disappeared. Han Fei staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, the surrounding energy and spiritual energy swept over. Han Fei swallowed it and then stabilized himself. Han Fei took a deep breath. My Tao? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. This was the first time Han Fei had come into contact with the great Tao. He didn't even understand how he had embarked on this Tao. Maybe it had something to do with his life, the path he was about to take, and maybe everything he had experienced. Han Fei felt that the problem was not how he got on this great Tao. This great Tao seemed very strange yet powerful. There were two ends of the bridge. One end of the bridge was him, and the other end was someone else. Was it still him? Then wouldn't there be a paradox? How could there be so many of him? Besides, during the glimpse just now, although Han Fei vaguely saw that there seemed to be a him on the other side of the bridge, there was also darkness, as well as the redrawn Tao array. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Fei. Could he see the future with this Tao? As the saying went, the past was gone, and the future was coming. The past was certain. Even if he returned to the age of doom, it was difficult for him to change the course of the world alone. However, the future was different. There were countless possibilities in the future. Every decision and every different choice he made now might give rise to countless different answers in the future. If it was such a great Tao, how could he cross this bridge? Dozens of kilometers away, the woman saw a cloud of white mist that Han Fei released just now, but she didn't see the bridge, and the bridge just now was actually hidden by the white mist. Even Han Fei couldn't see the bridge clearly when he stepped on it. Therefore, the woman and the white snake didn't speak, but they were also full of curiosity. In their entire lives, they had never left the demon subduing tower, so everything they saw was new. Besides, in the woman's opinion, Han Fei had disappeared the moment he stepped into the white mist. She couldn't see him at all. She couldn't even feel his breath. This seemed to have the same effect as the teleportation array. At this moment, Han Fei's attention was not on the woman. After calming down, Han Fei was about to call out the white mist bridge again, hoping to take a closer look. However, a magical scene appeared. As he injected spiritual energy into the seed, there was no reaction. The brilliance was still dazzling, but the bridge of white mist didn't appear. Han Fei immediately raised his eyebrows. Old Yuan, was there something wrong just now? The old turtle seemed to be deep in thought too. He said solemnly, You've already stepped into the Tao. How can there be a problem? Han Fei asked, then why can't I call out the white mist bridge, just now? The old turtle frowned and said, I don't know either. There's nothing wrong with your behavior. The opposite side of the bridge is covered by white mist. And I can't see anything. It can be seen that your Tao is quite mysterious. The reason why you can't call it out now is probably because you haven't figured out your Tao. It appeared just now because Tao appeared for the first time. Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. The great Tao has appeared for the first time? After it first appeared, couldn't there be a second time? Han Fei sat down again. What did the pictures he saw mean? Did they see him? Did they sense the attraction of power? Did they see the transformed array? Or was there a connection between these three? He didn't know if they were related, but strength was what he pursued. It seemed to mean his future growth? That array was the only way for him to reach the fourth level of the demon-subduing tower. Did this mean that the growth of his strength would allow him to comprehend the Tao array leading to the fourth level of the demon-subduing tower? If this was the case, the bridge would become a kind of prediction. This was similar to the predictable future. Han Fei tried again, but still couldn't summon the white mist bridge. He tried again and looked at the Tao array for a long time. He tried to draw an array in the void to crack this Tao array. However, he couldn't use the Tao runes. The array he drew couldn't fuse with the other party's Tao array at all. What is my Tao exactly? Han Fei was quite bummed. He had already seen the great Tao, which was a white mist bridge. However, if he wanted to use its power, he had to first know what this white mist bridge could do. What could he use it for? 3 hours later, Han Fei suddenly came to the woman surnamed Bai and said indifferently, I still have a lot of questions that I don't understand yet. So I might as well be your sparring partner. In this way, you and I can polish our foundations better than meditating in boredom. The girl slightly nodded, and the white snake on her arm flicked its tongue. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the demon-suppressing tower, within 500 kilometers of Han Fei and the others, there was no living creature left. The battle here was too terrifying and loud. The surrounding spiritual energy and energy were almost drained every hour. The 3rd day, Han Fei had accidentally practiced the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance to the highest level, and now he was jumping around in a sea of spiritual plants. In fact, in the following battles on the first day, this woman surnamed Bai had already unlocked the manipulator methods. This shocked Han Fei. He remembered what the old turtle said. Is this woman a child of a human manipulator and a sea demon? She even inherited the means of a manipulator? Han Fei, who was used to fighting, was not afraid of these spiritual plants at all. However, what forced him to run was that the white snake had the eyes of petrification. When the white snake stared at him, its eyes would emit green light, and wherever the green light shone, everything would be petrified. When he encountered this technique for the first time, Han Fei's legs were enveloped by it, causing his lower body to be petrified. Then, the other party caught up to him and kept slapping him, although he tried to protect himself with arrays, it was useless. However, fortunately, Han Fei found that this petrification didn't really turn his body into stone, but made it stiff. If it was stiff to a certain extent, it would be no different from petrification. It might break into pieces at a touch. However, Han Fei was full of vitality and qi. Therefore, under the impact of the chi and blood, the petrifying effect on his legs quickly disappeared. However, that battle was very tragic. Han Fei lost. This made Han Fei a little speechless. Sure enough, he still couldn't be invincible in his realm. And this was just the Waterwood world, a very desolate heavenly palace. Forbidden area. Well, Han Fei smiled bitterly. He was influenced by the old turtle. Now, Han Fei often felt that the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world were two desolate places that nobody cared about. There shouldn't be any peerless geniuses with unparalleled talents. At this moment, with the star teleportation technique, he protected his body with an array when the phantom of the white snake enlarged, and its eyes seemed to lock onto the void in all directions. As soon as Han Fei came out, the array was broken, and his body began to turn crystal clear. Han Fei hurriedly activated Flash and fused with Little Black and Little White. With the magical power of the Yin-Yang divine eyes, he avoided the next stare of the white snake. However, the two sides were only narrowly tied. Han Fei suddenly felt a little chagrined. This woman's strength had improved too fast. In the past 2 days, she had almost lost more than she won. Up to now, the odds were basically even, which only took about 3 days. The battle between the two of them lasted for about 100 seconds, more than 3 times longer than before. This not only made the woman's strength improve rapidly, but also made Han Fei's strength consolidate quickly. Besides, Han Fei's spiritual power also increased a little bit on the basis of strength consolidation. After the battle came to a tie, Han Fei couldn't help but wave his hand. Hey! What kind of snake is yours? Am I not fast enough? It has already surpassed your reaction speed. How can it still notice me in advance? The woman surnamed by said, your speed has already far exceeded mine. Therefore, a few days ago, I stopped competing with you in speed. I found that Bai Ling can foresee the source of danger in advance. Although this ability wasn't obvious at the beginning, your combat style was too strong. Therefore, Bai Ling could gradually predict your moves. Prediction? Han Fei was stunned. Under the double speed of the heavenly void divine movement and agility of wind, it was impossible for this woman to keep up with him, not even this white snake. 2 days ago, they failed to keep up, but on the 3rd day, they began to catch up slowly. Wasn't it strange? Now it turned out to be a dangerous prediction. However, wasn't the snake's prediction too precise? This meant that before he performed the star teleportation and flash, it already knew where he was going. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Bai Ling with a smile. You little snake is somewhat like my little white. The white snake flicked its tongue, and the woman surnamed by said, Bai Ling, said that it is not a companion spirit. Therefore, it is incomparable to your companion spirit. Han Fei was surprised. Not a companion spirit? Then who is she? The woman surnamed by said, she is my sister. Han Fei? At that moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. One was a human, and the other was a little snake. How did they become sisters? The woman surnamed by said, it was like this when we were born. My power is strength and its power is spirit. At certain times, it can indeed see the future, which should be a kind of foreseeing ability. Huh? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. See the future? It's a bit like my white mist bridge. Wait, did he miss something? If he had a clear short-term goal, would the bridge of white mist be revealed? Wasn't his great Tao like this? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. This white snake only foresaw danger, not the future. However, Han Fei's white mist bridge might have this ability. To verify his thoughts, Han Fei came to the side of the Dao array. Looking at the array lines floating in the shadow and light, Han Fei recalled the array he saw just now and secretly activated the Dao seed. Buzz. Han Fei felt that power was surging in his body, and an inexplicable array idea appeared in his mind. Han Fei extended his hand and pointed at the air, drawing an array. This time, the arrays that Han Fei left behind seemed to have Dao runes flickering. Even Han Fei felt a little magical. So this was how his great Dao was used? In fact, Han Fei didn't see the future completely. He just happened to see a corner of the future with his yin-yang divine eyes. In his imagination, he seemed to know something, but he didn't know that it was the future. The only thing that gave Han Fei a chance to guess was the modified array he saw. If he guessed right, this should be modified by him? It was actually not difficult to change the array. The difficult part was to add Dao runes to the array when drawing it. At this moment, when Han Fei drew the first line of the array, a hazy mist of light fell with the lines. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to understand the usage of the Dao runes. I see. This was not an ability to see the future, but to create things with imagination? Han Fei was shocked. Wasn't this F***king similar to the power of the ideal palace? He could create whatever he wanted out of thin air with imagination. When this power was used, Han Fei realized that what he saw was not a real picture of the future, but an idea in his subconscious. At this time, Han Fei was very sure that the lines of the Dao rune array he drew now actually didn't match the Dao array in front of him. However, in the picture he saw earlier, the array lines seemed to have broken the Dao array. In other words, he had fused this array with a mismatched array map and achieved the effect of passing it off as real. Of course, after a preliminary test of strength, Han Fei felt that maybe it was because his current understanding of this great Dao was not enough. If he reached an extremely high level, could he really pass off the false as the genuine? It seemed that the power of the White Mist Bridge was beyond his imagination. Han Fei tried again, activating the Dao seed with his mind, hoping to directly become a peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouse. Han Fei felt that his strength was suddenly boosted by external forces. However, his overall strength had increased by nearly 100 waves, but he was still far away from the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Huh? It seems that the restriction is not small. Since the first time the Bridge of White Mist appeared, it had never appeared again. This time, although he suddenly figured out how to use it and the effect seemed to be very high, it wasn't to the point of being terrifying. At least for now, the power that the great Dao gave him wasn't as strong as the devil change. Han Fei was speculating in his heart, not knowing that if this thought was known to others, they might want to slap him to death. Han Fei was still self-reflecting at this moment. On one hand, it was because his realm and strength were not enough, on the other hand, it was because his comprehension of the great Dao in this aspect was not enough. Seeing that Han Fei could fuse arrays into the Dao array, the woman surnamed Bai couldn't help but ask, "Did you crack this array?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Not yet. I can only draw arrays now." "How to break the array?" "I still need to think about it." The woman surnamed Bai looked at Han Fei deeply and asked in confusion, "Have you stepped into the Dao?" This kind of thing couldn't be concealed. Although this woman had never been out of the demon-subduing tower, she was not a fool. It was impossible for her to not know this. Therefore, Hanfei nodded casually. That's right. The facts have proven that. Even if one has stepped into the Tao, he still can't be teleported to the next floor if his strength is not enough. Therefore, I still have to break the array. The woman surnamed Bai naturally didn't understand arrays, but Hanfei did. Although his way of cracking it wasn't right, it could bewilder the Tao array itself and achieve a level of confusion, which was created out of thin air in a short period of time. And once this kind of array appeared, Hanfei could easily deduce the real solution of this array. This was like doing a question. If he could know the final answer of this question in advance, then the process of deduction would be much simpler. Hanfei was in such a situation now. If he guessed right, he only needed to try a few more times, and in less than a day, this array would be broken. This time, Hanfei was not in a hurry. He asked, Miss Bai, why are you so determined to go to the next floor? I think that since the creatures outside have a way to come in, the people inside also have a way to get out, right? The woman surnamed Bai said casually, first of all, you can come in, but it doesn't mean you can go out. Secondly, I want to keep going down. I want to know who I am. Huh? Hanfei was stunned. You don't know who you are? Then how do you know that? Your surname is Bai? The woman surnamed Bai said softly, heritages. Hanfei immediately realized that although this woman looked like a human, she was actually not a person or a big demon, but a special creature. Hanfei had long known that there were legacies between creatures. For example, as long as the spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beast were of high quality and level, who didn't have an inherited combat skill. The old turtle said, this woman is neither a human nor a demon, but a special creature. It's normal for her to have heritages. However, I'm still a little puzzled. I didn't sense anything unusual with her bloodline. She must have been born with a mutation. However, I don't know how she appeared in the demon-subduing tower. Hanfei said, maybe when she was born, her parents thought this child was too strange, so they threw her into this demon-subduing tower. I'm going to the next floor to take a look. Even if I can't return to the royal city, I have to find a way to get out. Hanfei didn't quite panic now. After all, he was very sure that the water immortal was in this demon-subduing tower. The difficulty was that the water immortal should be very deep down. And Hanfei even suspected that her true body was at the bottom level. After all, Yu Tianqin once said that even the king-level deep-sea behemoth in the White Shell Royal City had once felt the threat from the bottom level of the demon-subduing tower and didn't dare to enter. He was only an intermediate explorer now. This demon-subduing tower could only reach the 5th level at most, and then he couldn't go further. Even the 5th level was very difficult for him. He had only reached the 3rd floor, but he had already encountered a creature like the sea flower and a powerful opponent like the woman surnamed Bai. He didn't know what kind of behemoth would be on the level of a half-venerable. If he encountered a legend creature at the level of a half-venerable, he would probably need Yu Wendao's help to defeat the opponent. However, no matter what floor he could go to, could he find the water immortal? He had to keep going. Otherwise, staying on the 3rd floor would be meaningless. It would just waste his time. One day passed. In the array floating in the air, thousands of lines were interconnected and outlined, making the originally brilliant array even more brilliant. The old turtle asked, "Why didn't I notice your Dao runes?" Hanfei thought to himself, "You know my ass. My great Dao is a kind of power that can pass off the fake as the real. It's a power imagined out of thin air. And without a real body, like the ability of the ideal palace." But the ability of the ideal palace had limitations. Apart from infinite spiritual energy and energy, it could only summon a few weapons. The limitations were huge. However, his white mist bridge was different. It could really give birth to a future power or result out of thin air. When his realm was higher and his comprehension of the great Tao was deeper, the effect would only become better and better. Hanfei even suspected that if one day he could walk directly to the opposite side of the white mist bridge, would he directly walk to the future? When the last line was successfully drawn, the entire Tao array trembled with a buzz. Hanfei narrowed his eyes slightly. The original Tao array was trying to swallow the Tao array he drew in an attempt to consolidate itself. Hanfei immediately looked at the woman and the white snake. "We can go now. Do you want to go to the next floor?" The woman's eyes glittered, and she rushed up to Hanfei. "Thank you," Hanfei said, "let's go." The two stepped into the array one after another and disappeared in the Tao array with a swish. In the next second, Hanfei saw nothing but gold in front of his eyes. He took a closer look, only to discover that it was an undersea sand bed. He scanned it with his perception, only to find that it was more than 800 kilometers wide. F***ck. Hanfei felt terrible, because he didn't detect any creatures in this place. Would such a situation happen in the demon-subduing tower? That was impossible. Only the strong had territory. Such a large sea of sand, if there were no creatures guarding it, it would have long been occupied. Besides, to be able to defend such a huge place here, the person couldn't be simple. He had to be at least as strong as the sea flower or the woman surnamed by. The only thing that puzzled Hanfei was that there was also a sea of sand around the Tao array at the third level, and at the entrance of the fourth level, it was still a sea of sand? Hanfei looked back at the teleportation array. It was still a Tao array, but this array was not enveloped by light. Only the array mark floated in the void. Hanfei frowned. It seems that going back is more difficult than coming in. Bang! While Hanfei was still observing the environment and vigilant of sneak attacks, he saw that the entire desert suddenly rioted. Every grain of sand floated up, like dust in the air, and there were more and more of them. Gradually, the floating gravel began to roll up, like extremely small sharp blades, and began to strangle Hanfei and the woman. Roar! The invincible will appeared, and Hanfei stepped out a large coiled turtle array. He was about to let Little Black and Little White fuse with him and then use Little White's keen perception to find the source of danger and kill the other party first. But before Hanfei took any action, he heard the woman surnamed by suddenly shout, "Father, is that you?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Hanfei was confused. What does she mean? He had always thought that the woman surnamed by was thrown into the demon subduing tower from birth. Why was his father here? Buzz! A furious Vajra appeared. Hanfei stood proudly in the flying sand. The clanking sound struck his golden body like raindrops. There was no telling if it was an illusion, but when Hanfei used his enforcing law again, he found that the Vajra phantom seemed to be alive. Under normal circumstances, the power of law enforcement, to a certain extent, represented a person's path. For example, this Vajra phantom represented what Hanfei wanted to walk on back, then was actually a body-tempering cultivation path, a path of invincibility. However, at this moment, his Tao had become a bridge of white mist. At present, it only showed a little bit of its strength, which didn't seem to match his enforcing law at all. Hanfei had thought that his enforcing law didn't seem to be in harmony with his great Tao, but it didn't seem to be the case. Instead, his enforcing law seemed to have become stronger. This was because Hanfei had already established a half-golden body and had a physique at least at the half-venerable level. Even if he didn't use his enforcing law and just let these sand blades hit his body, they might not be able to break his skin. However, Hanfei thought that the creatures who survived the demon subduing tower must have their own specialties, not to mention a powerful creature who occupied a corner of a floor. Perhaps they had other special means. But after the woman surnamed by called him father, Hanfei knew that this woman didn't seem to be so simple. This demon subduing tower didn't seem to be so simple either. If this woman's parents were both in this demon suppressing tower, why did this woman go to the first floor of the demon subduing tower? Could a child born on the fourth floor automatically appear on the first floor without passing through the teleportation arrays? Hanfei and the woman were both waiting, but the yellow attack didn't weaken. The woman surnamed by was also covered in a layer of white scales, and clanking sounds were also heard. Hanfei's perception scanned again and again, but he didn't find any special creatures in this desert. Except for some skeletons under the sea of sand. There didn't seem to be any living creatures. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, Miss Bai, are you sure your father is here? The flying sand is getting stronger and stronger. Did he not hear you? Why don't you call him again? As he spoke, Hanfei asked the old turtle, Old Yuan, where are the creatures in this sea of sand? Why didn't I notice them? The old turtle said leisurely, dead, buried at the bottom of the sea of sand. Huh? Hanfei frowned and was about to extend his perception into the sea of sand, when the old turtle said, Don't spread out your perception. It's coming out. Hanfei felt a chill down his spine. Didn't you say that he was already dead? Why is he out again? The old turtle sneered. You haven't even seen this little bit of the world. Have you? Undying creatures, of course. A peak-level Tao-seeking cultivator turned into an undead creature, but he's still dead. Hanfei narrowed his eyes and asked, Turned? Hearing the word turned, Hanfei knew that there was a big story behind it. Patriarch Thug, Li Daxian, also turned into an undead creature. A human's will and strength were both preserved. What was the difference between an undead creature and a living one? Whoosh! The sand rose like a hill. At this moment, Hanfei finally perceived a rather handsome human corpse. Although the corpse's white clothes were torn and his face was extremely pale, his sword-like eyebrows were prominent, and he looked handsome and calm. Huh? A human? Hanfei was stunned. The old turtle was right. This woman was born of a human. And a sea demon? Hanfei couldn't help but think, if the child of a human and a sea demon could grow up to be like this girl, it would be completely acceptable. She was born with immortal energy. What was wrong with giving birth to such a daughter? Bang! The sand dune exploded, and the pale and cold middle-aged man in a long robe stood on the sand, looking at the woman surnamed by quietly. At this moment, the flying sand suddenly stopped. Hanfei was secretly relieved. This person didn't look weak. The picture of father and daughter meeting was better than the picture of father and daughter fighting. The woman seemed a little excited and called again, "Father?" The middle-aged man raised his head stiffly, as if he was thinking hard. Han Fei found that something was wrong and shouted, "Old Yuan, what's going on? Isn't this person an undead creature? Why doesn't he seem to know his daughter?" The old turtle said, "They should know each other. Just wait patiently." Han Fei stepped back a little. He didn't want to disturb them when the father and daughter met. The middle-aged man stared at the woman in white for a long time. His face began to twist as if he was in pain. Then, vines extended out of the sand. In a moment, the vines had already covered a space of dozens of kilometers. Han Fei saw that these vines were dragging a ball that was slowly emerging from the bottom of the sea. When the ball made of vines and algae appeared, Han Fei, the woman surnamed Bai, and the white snake all looked at it. As for the middle-aged man, he slowly walked to the ball and raised his hand. And the algae spread out. A woman with a half-human and half-snake body curled up in it. The snake demon clenched her fists as if afraid of the cold, looking very pitiful. Han Fei immediately sensed that the woman was still alive, but she was dying. She was seriously lacking vitality and seemed to die at any time. On this woman's body, some parts of her skin were pierced by extremely fine vines that extended into her body. Among the vines, there was still the power of blood and qi slowly feeding this woman. Han Fei immediately took a breath. This man turned himself into an undead creature and used all his vitality and energy on his wife? The old turtle nodded. That should be the case. Besides, this person has been trying to suppress his cultivation, seal his strength, and make himself sleep. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. That's why he attacked us at the beginning. He seemed to be in pain after he came out. In fact, his seal was unlocked? The old turtle said, "I'm afraid it's beyond his control now that the seal has been removed. He probably has to go to the 5th level, then break through to the venerable level, and reach the 6th level." At this moment, the middle-aged man gently stroked the snake demon. "Honey, our daughter is here." Even Han Fei was moved by his words. What happened back then? Why did it become like this? When the woman surnamed Bai heard this, tears flowed from her eyes. As for the white snake, it slowly lay dormant on the woman surnamed Bai's shoulder, looking very sad. Under the middle-aged man's call, the haggard and skinny snake demon quickly absorbed the qi and blood in the spiritual plant and then slowly opened her eyes. However, at the moment she opened her eyes, Han Fei clearly sensed the loss of vitality. The speed of the loss was so fast that Han Fei could perceive it directly. Not just Han Fei, the woman surnamed Bai and the white snake could feel it too. This was because the snake demon's hair was slowly turning yellow. Although it hadn't turned white yet, it should be turning white soon. The woman stepped to the snake demon and shouted in panic, "Mom!" At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Her vitality is fading. At this speed, she will die in less than an hour." The woman quickly looked at Han Fei and then at the middle-aged man in panic. The middle-aged man tried to put on a smile. "An hour is enough. Girl. I want to see you, but I'm afraid to see you. Because then we'll never meet again. I'm in a dilemma." The middle-aged man's eyes were gentle as he looked at the woman surnamed Bai deeply, and then at the snake demon affectionately, sighing. They would never meet again because the snake demon would die. If his seal was removed, they could only reunite for a few hours at most. For the first time, Bai Ling swam down from the woman's body and climbed onto the snake demon. When the snake demon opened her eyes and saw Bai Ling and the woman surnamed Bai, she was overjoyed and tears flickered in her eyes. The snake demon looked at the middle-aged man in shock. Is she really our daughter? The man in the middle said, I know. My daughter is blessed. The snake demon immediately wept with joy and held the woman's hand, unwilling to let go. The woman surnamed Bai had thought that they could reunite as a family after she went down. She didn't expect that they would be separated. After all, she was just an inexperienced girl. How could she withstand this kind of test? The woman surnamed Bai asked, Why, is this happening? The middle-aged man stroked her hair and said guiltily, I'm a human heavenly talent. It's taboo for me to marry your mother because it's against the heavenly Tao. When your mother gave birth to you, the sky changed its color, and a world-shaking white lotus appeared. To avoid being hunted by my enemy, we hid in the demon-subduing tower to avoid disaster. However, your mother, you, and I, because of our different realms, fell on all floors of the tower. I had to reduce my realm to search for you. Unfortunately, I could only find your mother in the end. At that time, you were still in your cradle and had no power to protect yourself. I thought you were in danger, but you were born with great luck and should be blessed. However, your mother's chi and blood were exhausted, and her vitality was almost gone. So I had to turn myself into an undead creature to protect your mother. The snake demon said guiltily, Girl, don't blame your father for not being able to reduce his realm to find you. If he lowered his realm so much, not only would your father not be able to find you, but he would also die. How could the woman surnamed Bai and Bai Ling blame him? Their eyes were filled with tears. Han Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but ask in surprise, a world-shaking white lotus? The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei. Since Han Fei didn't have any intention of killing him and came with his daughter, he said, Yes, it's a blessing yet a disaster. With Qing Yang's talent, how could she have given birth to our child? So although the world-shaking white lotus is helpful, it also deprived Qing Yang of all her vitality. That's why she gave birth to our daughter. At this moment, Han Fei and the old turtle said almost at the same time. Reborn in someone else's body? They might not know it, but Han Fei did. There was no such thing as great luck in this world. The true body of the water immortal was a white lotus. The so-called world-shaking white lotus and the descent of great luck were probably related to the water immortal. Han Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but salute the middle-aged man. Sir, are you from the Waterwood world, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Han Fei came with his daughter, Han Fei was a half-merman after all. Which was his enemy? How could he be completely at ease? However, the middle-aged man was confident that Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. Therefore, he hadn't attacked Han Fei yet, but just stayed vigilant. The middle-aged man said, That's right. You and I are enemies, but I've already been trapped in the demon-subduing tower. I don't think you have to make things difficult for me, brother. However, Han Fei's face began to change, including his body and his breath. Under the watch of the middle-aged man, the snake demon, the woman surnamed Bai, and the white snake, he turned from a half-merman into a human. Han Fei waved his hand, put on a battle suit, held a longbow, and smiled. Lightly. Han Fei, from the Flying Feather Division of the Cloud Sea Divine. Tree greets you, Senior. The woman surnamed Bai and the White Snake both looked at Han Fei in surprise. This guy who had fought with them for 3 days was not a sea demon? The middle-aged man suddenly trembled. However, his face remained unchanged, and his voice was deep. Transformation. Method? This doesn't prove that you are from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, does it? Since you can transform, it's hard for me to confirm. Han Fei opened his hands, and Jinger's venerable token appeared in his hand. Do you know this? Hiss. The middle-aged man, who had never changed his expression since they met, was shocked at this moment. Even though he was already an undead creature, he still couldn't hide his shock. Messenger Jing's venerable token? Han Fei grinned. It seems that you haven't been trapped in the demon subduing tower for long. Now, can it prove my identity? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Of course. Han Fei immediately said, Senior, may I ask your name? The middle-aged man was briefly stunned. You proved yourself just to ask for my name? Then you could have asked me without so much effort. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Zhang Yao, Cloud Sea Divine Tree, Silver. Bow Unit. Han Fei and the old turtle said at the same time, sure enough, his surname is not Bai. At the level of Han Fei and the others, they could guess a lot of things from a single piece of information. For example, Zhang Yao's remark about the world shaking White Lotus couldn't be a coincidence. This explained why this woman surnamed Bai was so strong. How could Han Fei not be able to defeat someone in the advanced Dao-seeking realm? She was so difficult to deal with, but she had never been out of the demon subduing tower? How could such a peerless genius appear randomly? To be sure that his guess was correct, Han Fei asked again, Senior, what's your profession? Although Zhang Yao didn't know what was going on, he still said, I'm a soul warrior and spirit gatherer. It's precisely because of this that I can survive to this day and be reunited with my daughter. Han Fei's heart sank again. Zhang Yao is not a manipulator, so is this snake demon. However, he had never seen a sea demon who could control spiritual plants like this. Even if a sea demon had the ability of a manipulator, it shouldn't be a snake demon. Han Fei took a deep breath and looked at the woman surnamed Bai. If he guessed right, this woman was the reincarnation of the Water Immortal. He had been hoping to find the Water Immortal, but little did he know that she was trying to save herself. Furthermore, she had used such a method to be reborn. Besides, in this life, she was no longer a demon plant, but a special creature whose race he didn't know. Although Han Fei had guessed a lot of things, the reincarnation of the Water Immortal didn't know her real identity. At this moment, the woman surnamed Bai seemed to be in deep thought. Why did she remember that her surname was Bai? Wasn't her father's surname Zhang? Did she not inherit the power from her parents? They all noticed Han Fei's strange expression. Han Fei felt that this might also be his luck. Although it was a coincidence, it was inevitable. The Water Immortal had been alive for too long, and only her soul remained. She didn't even know what her body was like. What Han Fei didn't understand was why the Water Immortal didn't tell him such important information back in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. If you had told me earlier that you had already reincarnated, I wouldn't have been in such a rush. At this moment, Han Fei said, to be honest, I entered the demon subduing Tower this time to find out more about the world-shaking White Lotus you mentioned. Senior, do you know more about the world-shaking White Lotus? Zhang Yao looked at the snake demon hesitantly. The snake demon said, Yao, it's okay. Anyway, I'm going to die soon. Since he's from the human race and came for the world-shaking White Lotus, give it to him. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, but you've just seen our daughter. The snake demon sighed slightly. Having seen her, I have no more regrets in my life. Besides, our daughter has become such a beautiful girl. I should be happy. Han Fei suddenly interjected and said to the middle-aged man, well, senior, if you were worried about your wife's lifespan, I think this should be useful. Han Fei reached out and took out a drop of life spring water. The reason why Han Fei took out the life spring water was simple: the water immortal had already reincarnated in your body, but she was so talented that she almost drained her mother's vitality, which also caused Zhang Yao to turn himself into an undead creature. No matter what, he had to return the favor to sever this great karma. Fortunately, he didn't use up all the 3 drops of life spring water. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now. Hiss. Life spring water? Zhang Yao looked at the life spring water in Han Fei's hand in shock, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. He hurriedly said, little brother, I, Zhang Yao, have never asked for a favor in my life. I know how precious a drop of life spring water from the queen is. But now, I'd like to ask you to give me this life spring water. I, Zhang Yao, will repay you with my life. The snake demon grabbed Zhang Yao's arm, and the white snake straightened up and looked at Han Fei. The reincarnation of the water immortal, the woman surnamed Bai, also looked at Han Fei. With a solemn look, Han Fei pushed the drop of life spring water to the middle-aged man. Whether or not you have any leads on the world-shaking White Lotus, this drop of life spring water is yours. I don't want any return. Zhang Yao took a deep look at Han Fei. We can't thank you enough. We do have information about the world-shaking White Lotus, which lies in Qin Yang's body. It's a White Lotus. She survived all these years because of that White Lotus. Only then did Han Fei realize that Zhang Yao was not a manipulator. Then where did the spiritual plants all over the ground come from? So it must be the power of this White Lotus. Han Fei quickly said, Senior, you'd better swallow the life spring water as soon as possible. A drop of the life spring water can make up for 100 years of life, which is countless times better than blood and qi. The snake demon looked at the middle-aged man, who was equally excited. If they could survive, who would be willing to die? Besides, it was at the moment when they met their loved ones. Although Zhang Yao had already switched to an undead creature, he still had consciousness. Except that he was lifeless, he looked no different from ordinary people. Besides, in the snake demon's view, her daughter was back. This was the best time for a family reunion. Who would be willing to have a happy event turn into a funeral? Zhang Yao hurriedly said, Honey, come on, open your mouth. Han Fei didn't know how to address the reincarnation of the water immortal, who had been watching in shock. At this moment, she looked stunned. There was no telling if it was because she was born cold or because she hadn't awakened. However, Han Fei guessed that before she stepped into the Tao, she wouldn't awaken the memories of the water immortal. Since the water immortal had already thought of using this method to live another life, she must have thought of the problem of Tao entering. If she still entered the previous great Tao, then it was meaningless to be reborn. The white snake's vitality was rapidly recovering. Her skin was no longer wrinkled, her hair was no longer yellow, and her strength was returning. The surrounding spiritual energy were drilling into the body of the snake demon crazily. In only about 200 seconds, this snake demon turned into a beautiful and voluptuous big demon. Furthermore, as soon as she recovered, her strength was maintained in the realm of early Tao seeking. Because she didn't enter directly from the outside world, the demon-subduing tower wouldn't throw her into the third level. Zhang Yao hurriedly asked, "Qing Yang, how do you feel?" The snake demon was overjoyed and quickly cupped her hands at Han Fei. Then, a green light flashed in her hand and she grabbed at her chest. A green light bloomed, and a white lotus appeared in the air. The snake demon said, "Benefactor, it was this white lotus that drilled into my body, so I could give birth to my daughter. It was also this white lotus that took almost all of my vitality but kept me alive until now." Han Fei's eyes lit up. This was definitely a small part of the original body of the water immortal. He had seen it more than once. As for the white snake and the reincarnation of the water immortal, they were both refreshed when they saw the white lotus. They had an urge to grab the white lotus. After all, this was the original body of the water immortal. Therefore, this urge was born. However, Han Fei certainly couldn't give it to them. Otherwise, if the reincarnation of the water immortal stepped into the same Tao, she would still enter the wrong Tao. Before they lost control of themselves and were about to take action, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the white lotus. Han Fei took a long breath. Who found it? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei held the white lotus, he immediately felt the lotus petals in Forge the Universe tremble violently. Han Fei wanted to put the white lotus into Forge the Universe, but as soon as he thought of that, the tremendous spiritual energy in Forge the Universe evaporated instantly, which stunned Fish Dragon King. The old turtle quickly said, "No, it's alive." Han Fei quickly dropped the idea. But even so, he had wasted nearly 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring, which was really a pity. However, because the white lotus was alive, the moment Han Fei was about to collect it, the surrounding space shook as if there was an earthquake. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Fei pretended to be calm. The white lotus has changed hands, so the void is trembling. It's nothing. The snake demon couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She had 100 more years of vitality, and her energy, vitality, and spirit were instantly restored. At this moment, she thanked him again. "Thank you, benefactor." Han Fei shook his head with a smile, thinking, if you knew that your daughter was the reincarnation of a king, what would you think? The girl couldn't help asking, "Dad, Mom, why is my surname Bai?" As if she had been holding it back for a long time, she finally asked this question. Of course, when she asked this question, she looked at the white lotus in Han Fei's hand. The snake demon and the middle-aged man looked at each other. "Surnamed Bai?" The snake demon was surprised. "Girl, when we gave birth to you, we didn't have the time to name you. How could your surname be Bai?" Then, they all looked at the white lotus in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei said casually, "The world-shaking white lotus is a treasure born from the chaos of the world. Miss Bai has been protected by the white lotus since she was young, so she can survive in the demon-subduing tower. Naturally, she inherited some of the power of the white lotus. Therefore, she feels that her Surname is Bai, which is a matter of course. The woman surnamed Bai and the white snake were both stunned. Really? Han Fei was certain that the reincarnation of the water immortal was still too naive and didn't know how to distinguish between real and fake. She was easy to fool. As for Zhang Yao and the snake demon, although they were not weak, they definitely knew very little about the power of the water immortal or the treasures of the world. Besides, they couldn't resist his persuasion. Han Fei said, if I've guessed right, this original body of the White Lotus might be in the demon subduing tower. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten such a good thing. Now, you and the world-shaking White Lotus are connected by karma. I think it's better for Miss Bai to keep the surname Bai. After all, the White Lotus will bless her. Han Fei tried his best to persuade these people, thinking to himself, the water immortal is a White Lotus in the first place. If she changed her surname to Zhang, won't she beat me to death when she regains her memories? The snake demon frowned. That makes sense. Girl, do you have any inherited secret techniques? The reincarnation of the water immortal frowned slightly, raised her hand, and spiritual plants appeared like a waterfall. Seeing this scene, the snake demon and the middle-aged man looked at each other in shock. As Han Fei said, their daughter inherited some of the power of the world-shaking White Lotus. This was too magical. The middle-aged man couldn't help asking, "What's my daughter's name?" The reincarnation of the water immortal shook her head slightly. No name. The middle-aged man froze for a moment and was about to speak when his arm was tugged. It was the snake demon who tugged at his sleeve. The snake demon said, "My savior, thank you for bringing the girl here. If I'm not wrong, the girl hasn't stepped into the Tao yet, nor has she reached the peak, and you have even entered this level as an intermediate explorer. This must be because of your special method, right?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "I missed it." The snake demon smiled faintly. "Why don't you give her a name, my savior?" "Girl, what do you think?" For some reason, the water immortal's reincarnation slightly nodded, seeming to trust Han Fei. Han Fei's lips twitched. Name again? However, would she like the name he gave her in the future? There was nothing she could do even if she didn't like it. This was a karmic opportunity. It just so happened that your reincarnation encountered me. Han Fei, however, paced back and forth for a while, thinking to himself, no matter if it's a good name or not, I should brag about it first. If she wants to hit me in the future, at least she'll remember that I complimented her for a long time before I named her. Han Fei said, "When I saw you for the first time, Miss Bai, I felt that you were extraordinary. You're gorgeous, elegant, beautiful, charming, with fair and smooth skin. Miss Bai, you seem to be the most beautiful, elegant, and noble woman in the world." Han Fei spoke without even batting an eyelid, which stunned them. Even the white snake trembled at his words. The snake demon secretly said to Zhang Yao via voice transmission, "Darling, is our savior interested in our girl?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. "Sister, you can't say whatever you want. If my teacher awakens in the future, she will slap me to death." Han Fei hurriedly said solemnly, "Therefore, I think Bai Suzhen is a good name for her." Bai means white, representing the world-shaking White Lotus. Su means colorless. Zhen means chaste and pure, which has the meaning of white too. Therefore, all the three words mean white. It's really a good name. Zhang Yao's lips twitched slightly. It's indeed a good name. The snake demon said, "You are truly an extraordinary person. This is a good name indeed." Han Fei glanced at the reincarnation of the water immortal. She and Bai Ling were looking at him. Han Fei thought to himself, why isn't Bai Ling a green snake? This is even more perfect. They were Bai Suzhen and Xiao Qing. In the future, when a man named Su Xian appears, they'll be able to put on the white snake legend. As he expected, the reincarnation of the water immortal nodded slightly and seemed to like the name. Even her brows relaxed a little. Okay, now the family had reunited, her mother's life was extended, and she had a name. Han Fei didn't want to watch a family reunion drama here, so he hurriedly asked, "Well, Senior Zhang Yao, do you know how to lead the demon subduing tower?" Zhang Yao was slightly surprised. Huh? Our savior, you don't have a way to get out? Han Fei didn't answer directly, but said, "I came in from the trial secret realms of the White Shell Royal City. If I go out from there, my identity may be exposed. I wonder if there is any other way to lead this demon subduing tower." Zhang Yao smiled bitterly. To be honest, I really don't know how many floors the demon subduing tower has. I only know that this place is full of dangers. One floor after another, but I haven't found a way to leave here. Now that I've awakened and my strength has come back, I may be restricted by the rules and have to enter the next floor. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is there such a rule?" Zhang Yao nodded slightly. "It's not impossible to forcibly stay on this floor. However, bad luck will follow. The chaotic void will appear in the tower and cause strong enemies to attack and force me to go to the next floor. This should be a way for the demon subduing tower to maintain its balance." For the first time, Han Fei knew that the demon subduing tower had such a magical function that it could produce the chaotic void. Therefore, the strong couldn't stay on the levels for the weak, but the weak could stay on the levels for the strong. After all, the weak couldn't break the balance. Bai Suzhen frowned. "Is it dangerous?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "Don't worry, girl. I'm a peerless heavenly talent anyway. Now that I could sever my own cultivation in the past, I can do it again." The snake demon's face stiffened. "Yao." Zhang Yao smiled. "Qing Yang, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Han Fei, on the other hand, was calculating in his head. Chaotic void? How should he use the white lotus in his hand? If he guessed right, this was part of the water immortal's body. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to have such a powerful force to extend a person's life for so long. Besides, the demon purification pot couldn't see any information about this white lotus, which meant that this white lotus was much higher leveled than he imagined. If the water immortal's true body was really at the bottom level, he couldn't go down. Even if he could defeat creatures at the level of half-venerable, he couldn't defeat creatures at the venerable level. While Zhang Yao and his family were exclaiming, Han Fei suddenly interjected. "Wait a moment. Senior Zhang Yao, you stay here for the time being. I think I can explore this white lotus first. If you can suppress it for a few days, I can try to see if I can find a way to leave." If it was an irrelevant passerby, even if Zhang Yao was a human, Han Fei would definitely not try so hard to help him. In this world, there were thousands of races in this world. He couldn't do everything he could to help someone just because he was a human too, right? However, this person was the father of the water immortal's reincarnation. After all, this karma was not small at all. Different from the father he had. After crossing the river of time, this person was her biological father. Besides, if Zhang Yao went to another floor and the snake demon hadn't fully recovered her strength, she might die. After all, on this floor, there were mostly peak-level Dao-seeking creatures who had entered the Dao. After all, the water immortal hadn't stepped into the Dao or awakened. Facing 1 or 2, it might be fine. Facing 3 or 4, she might be able to resist. But if there were 10 or 8 peak-level Dao-seeking realm demons, it wouldn't be easy for her to handle. Although he had hunted peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses when he was outside, the outside world was different. In the outside world, the peak-level Dao-seeking demons might not necessarily enter the Dao. However, in the demon-subduing tower, this ratio might be very high. Besides, when he hunted peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses, he usually launched a sneak attack and cooperated with the old turtle to kill the other party. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that for the safety of his teacher, this white lotus must be the key. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Since the water immortal had started her plan long ago and even split part of her true body, she was naturally preparing to rise again. Now, the white lotus had been obtained by Han Fei. Did it mean that he could contact her through this part of her true body? With a thought from Han Fei, Yu Wendao appeared, which startled Zhang Yao and the snake demon. Zhang Yao asked in surprise, a half-venerable? No. Is this a puppet? Han Fei nodded and said, Senior, please guard me. Bam. 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 Under Han Fei's feet, arrays appeared one after another. Soon, a white mist completely submerged the space where he was. With Han Fei's current array skills, even a person who had reached the peak level of the Dao-seeking realm wouldn't be able to see through his array. In the array, Han Fei directly transmitted his spiritual power into the white lotus and said, Teacher, teacher. Can you hear me, teacher? The old turtle said, It's useless. This lotus has been obviously separated from the true body of your teacher. How can you use it to communicate with the original body? Han Fei frowned. Can't they communicate with each other after they're separated? Demonic plants are very special creatures. They always have an inextricable connection. Otherwise, how could the rootless lotus extend the snake demon's life for so long? The old turtle said leisurely, maybe some of the roots have been separated. 2. Han Fei frowned. He remembered what the water immortal once said to him. The roots of demonic plants were like the souls of humans. It was not impossible to separate the roots, but it would inevitably lead to a drop in strength. And the water immortal was in the demon-subduing tower, and the king of the White Shell Royal City must be eyeing her covetously outside. If the water immortal rashly separated her roots and lowered her strength, the king might take advantage of her. It was impossible for the water immortal not to have thought of what he could think of. What the old turtle said wasn't without reason. What if the water immortal separated only a few roots? However, even if the water immortal separated her roots, it meant that she also separated some of her soul. And this part of her soul was definitely not connected to her original soul suppressed at the bottom of the demon-subduing tower. Otherwise, if the water immortal found that he was here, she would definitely have some response. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the lotus petal and forge the universe. If he called her directly through the white lotus, it might be limited by certain conditions. However, what if he activated it with this petal? Buzz. The moment the lotus petals appeared, the white lotus trembled and began to spin. It worked. Han Fei's eyes glittered. The lotus petal that could protect the water. Immortal for 80,000 years, couldn't be simple. The demon subduing tower was here, which meant that the water immortal must be within 10,000 kilometers of him. Now, he had already seen part of the real body of the water immortal. Then the real body couldn't be far away. Besides, the former situation was that the water immortal's body and soul were both asleep. However, it was different now. Now, the water immortal's soul had awakened. Since the lotus petal could sense her, she should be able to sense the lotus petal too. Since they could sense each other, why did he bother to look for her himself? He might as well wait for the water immortal to find him. However, the old turtle poured another bucket of cold water on him. Han Fei. Don't forget, this is called the demon subduing tower. The teleportation barrier on each floor is probably different. Just because you can break through to the 4th floor doesn't mean you can keep breaking through. It's the same for your master. Since she's suppressed, it means that she can't pass through the barriers either. Han Fei said angrily, cut the crap. Why don't you just give me a solution? The old turtle snorted. I'm teaching you. You need to consider everything carefully. The lotus petal was flashing and the white lotus was spinning. Han Fei felt the void tremble several times, but it was to no avail. The lotus petal just trembled once and then stopped. Han Fei's heart sank. As the old turtle said, the water immortal couldn't come over. Wait. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Zhang Yao had been sealing and suppressing his strength, hadn't he? If he didn't seal and suppress his strength, the chaotic void might come. Once the void cracked, did it mean that at least 1 or 2 layers of barriers were broken? Taking advantage of that moment, the water immortal would definitely seize this opportunity. As Han Fei thought, the old turtle said leisurely, that's possible, but even if this person opens all his seals, he can only reach the 6th level at most. It remains unknown whether your master can cross over or not. Han Fei's eyes flashed. This is already the most likely solution I can think of. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll have a chance to come to this demon subduing tower again. At this moment, Han Fei chose to take a risk, hoping that the water immortal could seize the opportunity to pass the barrier. Outside, Zhang Yao was still struggling to suppress his strength. The snake demon held by Suzhen's hand, not daring to disturb Zhang Yao with concern. Zhang Yao said solemnly, Suzhen, I will go to the next floor one day. You have great luck and must be strong. However, your mother hasn't recovered her strength and needs your protection. Wait for me to come back. Bai Suzhen asked, are you going to reduce your strength again? Zhang Yao smiled bitterly. You can enter, but can't leave this place easily. I can't do anything about it. But if you have great luck, you might have a chance in the future. Bang! Han Fei stepped out of the mist and looked at Zhang Yao. Han Fei said, Senior, if the chaotic void will appear if you stop suppressing your strength, can you completely release your strength? Huh? Bai Suzhen frowned. It's dangerous. The snake demon asked, Benefactor? Zhang Yao, on the other hand, was very calm. A person who could get messenger. Jing's venerable token, a peerless genius who could win the favor of the Queen, certainly had his reasons. Zhang Yao said calmly, okay. When? Han Fei was quite surprised that Zhang Yao agreed without even asking. Han Fei grinned. Thank you, Senior. I can't go out either, but I need to take a risk. If I win, we may have a chance to go out. After Han Fei said that, everyone, including Bai Suzhen, trembled slightly. Zhang Yao shouted in a low voice, understood. Of course, Han Fei didn't ask Zhang Yao to remove all his power immediately. Instead, he waited for his family to familiarize themselves with each other for a day, and then he closed his eyes to feel his Tao seed. 1 day passed. The 800-mile quicksand ground trembled 3 or 4 times. Han Fei perceived that there were creatures at the edge of the sea of sand. Under the watch of the snake demon and Bai Suzhen, Han Fei and Zhang Yao looked at each other. Han Fei said, "We can start now." Zhang Yao looked solemn. Han Fei, are you sure you want to enter the chaotic void? Han Fei immediately nodded. Don't worry. I know what to do. Zhang Yao nodded solemnly and shouted, Qing Yang, Suzhen, step back. Buzz. Ka ka ka. Blood chains appeared on Zhang Yao's body one after another. Han Fei could tell at a glance that it was an array. This Zhang Yao actually locked himself up with his essence blood and forcibly sealed himself. At this moment, the blood-colored chains broke one by one, and Zhang Yao's aura soared rapidly like a rocket. Bang! After only 10 minutes, Zhang Yao had reached the level of a half-venerable. And his strength was still soaring. Zhang Yao shouted in a low voice, Han Fei, if you need me, I can enter the Tao. My Tao is fine. I've already entered it once. This time I'm just returning. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It would be even better if he could become a venerable. Which meant that he could break 2 barriers this time. Han Fei shouted, enter. Roar. A terrifying power swept hundreds of kilometers away. However, this power avoided Bai Suzhen and the snake demon very well. Han Fei perceived that many creatures appeared around the sea of sand. Zhang Yao roared, in the land of 800 kilometers of quicksand, any trespasser shall die. With that, Zhang Yao threw out an array map, covering the sea of sand. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that the space was unstable and abnormal. Fluctuations appeared. It seemed that there was a creature trying to drill in from the void. Zhang Yao took a step forward and shouted again, open. The void cracked, and a starfish extended its long tentacles, trying to tear the void and enter this place. Zhang Yao grabbed at the air with both hands as if he had grabbed dozens of bowstrings. As he pulled the bow, he shouted, Han Fei, I'll take it away. It's up to you now. The moment Zhang Yao stepped into the void, Han Fei activated all his secret methods and activated the Beast King technique. He even used the power of his great Tao. His strength had long surpassed the strength of 1,000 waves. At this moment, Han Fei followed Zhang Yao into the void, holding the white lotus in one hand and the lotus petal in the other, which were shining with white light. Both of them entered the chaotic void and went their separate ways. This chaotic void shouldn't have appeared on the 4th level of the demon subduing tower. And Han Fei and Zhang Yao's strengths were different. Even if Han Fei used all his strength, reaching the half-venerable realm was his limit. It was impossible for him to reach the venerable realm. However, at this moment, when the void was about to be closed, Han Fei heard a surprised voice in his ear, you came so quickly? Yes, Han Fei guessed right. When he had just taken the chance of Zhang Yao entering the Tao to break through the void barrier, he heard the voice of the water immortal. This also meant that the water immortal had known that he was coming since a long time ago, but she couldn't cross the space barrier and directly come over. Although Han Fei heard the water immortal's voice, he didn't see where she was. The water immortal quickly said, "Drop the white lotus in your hand." Han Fei immediately let go and no longer held the white lotus. The white lotus quickly drilled out of the void rift, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared into the center of Bai Suzhen's eyebrows. It was so fast that Bai Suzhen didn't even have time to react. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. It seemed that this white lotus had nothing to do with the water immortal re-entering the Tao. Otherwise, the water immortal wouldn't have done this. The moment the white lotus disappeared, the water immortal shouted, "Crush the lotus leaf." Han Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. God knew where this chaotic void would take him. If the water immortal wanted him to crush it, he would just do it. The moment the lotus leaf shattered, it instantly turned into a phantom lotus seed and fell at Han Fei's feet. Bang! 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 As if receiving multiple collisions, a large number of cracks appeared on the white phantom shield of the lotus seed every time it exploded. After 4 consecutive violent collisions, Han Fei felt that the lotus seat under his feet might break at any time. Han Fei thought to himself, "This is a power that can protect the water immortal for 10,000 years. How can it be broken so easily?" However, unlike what Han Fei expected, the lotus seat seemed to be full of cracks, but it hadn't really been broken. During this period, Han Fei saw a terrifying giant mouth open as if it wanted to swallow him. He also saw long whips trying to break through the void and pull him out of the void. Han Fei even saw a webbed hand extending into the void and slapping the lotus seat, making it twist. Fortunately, on the lotus seat, a white light bloomed, forcibly blocking the blow. At this moment, Han Fei saw white light appear in the void, and it seemed that the void had been broken from the outside. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This should be the exit. He had been taken from the 4th floor to the floor where she was. When the lotus seat drilled out of the void, Han Fei's eyes didn't suddenly light up, but he sank directly into a sea of spiritual plants. As far as Han Fei could perceive, it was all white lotuses. Countless white lotuses almost enveloped his perception range. Of course, seeing this scene, Han Fei didn't panic at all. So what if there were white lotuses here? This was his teacher's original body, and wouldn't hurt him. Therefore, although the white lotuses were terrifying, every vine was extremely tough and flexible, and a few random vines would be able to whip Han Fei to death. Han Fei didn't panic at all. On the contrary, Han Fei was very relaxed. He scanned the area with his perception and asked, "Teacher, where are you?" A voice echoed in the world, "Why are you here so soon?" "I'm talking about a 100-year period. Now, only a few months have passed." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Speed is important in war. Teacher, you know, there are still many things waiting for me to do. Therefore, waiting a 100 years is impossible." The water immortal asked crossly, "Who were you with just now?" "Why did I feel my own breath?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "Huh? Teacher, are you sure you don't know?" The water immortal was confused. "What do I know? I've only been awake for a few months. Now I can only feel your existence, but I haven't broken the shackles of my original body, so I just feel you coming." Han Fei immediately told the water immortal about Bai Suzhen. The water immortal was stunned for a long time, before her voice slowly became solemn. No wonder I couldn't establish a connection with my original body. After trying for months. I'm afraid that a new consciousness has been born in my body. Huh? Hanfei immediately shivered and said, Teacher, don't scare me. I can't defeat a king-level powerhouse now. The water immortal said, it shouldn't be a big problem. Before I fell asleep, I had already sealed the great Tao of my original body. The newly born spiritual consciousness couldn't completely control my original body. It must take him a long time to separate a part of my original body, intending to reincarnate in someone else's body. Hanfei immediately took a breath. Huh? So Baisuzhen isn't your reincarnation, teacher? The water immortal said, yes and no. In fact, I didn't figure it out just now. Why is a part of me outside? Do you know why I asked you to release that white lotus? Because that white lotus is no longer under my control. I'm just afraid that some of my original body will be controlled by others. If you bring it back, it will definitely stop you. Hanfei was puzzled. Then what about Baisuzhen? The water immortal explained, it's a reborn body that the new consciousness found for itself. It has been residing in the snake demon you mentioned, not to help the snake demon extend its life, but to wait for its reborn body to come. In this way, when the two are combined, it can parasitize the reborn body and completely control this new body. Hanfei immediately said, not good. Hasn't she already succeeded? The water immortal said, no, I can't control my own body yet, which means that this new consciousness hasn't fully descended in Baisuzhen's body. Buzz. Be careful. The old turtle reminded him in his heart, and Hanfei performed star teleportation and teleported himself away. Fuse. Twin divine technique. Hanfei didn't dare to be negligent at all. When he learned that a new consciousness was born in the original body of the water immortal, he felt terrible. Now, when he guessed that a new consciousness was still here, Hanfei felt a chill down his spine. That was AF * king level creature. Even if it only had a little bit of new consciousness, even if this new consciousness could only use a little bit of its true body's power, it was still not something Hanfei could defeat. The moment Hanfei flashed out, the place where he was just now had been pierced by thousands of vines. Therefore, the moment he appeared, Hanfei chose to use the twin divine technique in order to prevent the other party from rushing over like a bolt of lightning. The infinity water condensed into a bubble and directly wrapped him up. Sure enough, in the next moment, tens of millions of vine stings instantly squeezed the infinity water until it was about to explode. Explode. Before the infinity water was squeezed to pieces, Hanfei chose to blow it up. Roar. Hanfei directly roared, and the 100-beast soul-subduing roar burst out. In an instant, the 100 beasts soared into the air and kept roaring. Rumble. While the infinity water exploded, Hanfei set up the great coiled turtle array and waved his hand, and dozens of fish skin maps appeared, all of which were great coiled turtle arrays. The old turtle roared, come on, hide in here. Hanfei didn't have the time to dodge at all. In the second, Hanfei saw that a huge number of vines were pouncing on him again. The time he needed to enter Forge the Universe had always been 3 seconds. Boom boom boom. After 2 seconds, Hanfei saw that his coiled turtle arrays were instantly shattered like paper. Seeing this, Hanfei immediately wrapped the black mist with his white mist body. Freeze. As the white mist dispersed, these vines lashed out again, directly whipping Han Fei away. However, at that moment, Han Fei didn't feel any pain, because he was a mist. Now. Besides, although the white mist dispersed, the black mist, because it was too dark, might not be noticed and survived a disaster. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Little Black couldn't be seen. It was true that the water immortal was a king, but it didn't mean that her new consciousness was also a king level 1. Otherwise, each time a consciousness was born, it would be a king. Then what was the point of fighting? He would have been beaten to death a long time ago. The other party wouldn't give him any time to react. Collect. The white mist was shaken away, and Han Fei could only send half of himself into forge the universe. Huff. The white mist dispersed again, and Han Fei felt that he was panting. While the vines couldn't do anything to him, the black fog form Han Fei turned into the human form in Forge the Universe and called Little Fatty out. At this moment, Han Fei felt very strange. Half of him was in Forge the Universe, and the other half was outside. At this moment, the vision of the two could actually be shared. Han Fei shouted, "Teacher, your soul is at the king level. It can't be suppressed by a new consciousness, right?" The water immortal didn't respond, but the old turtle responded, "Guard the soul. Your teacher has been sleeping for too long. It's not impossible to take a long time to seal your teacher's soul. You won't be able to wake it up again unless you find this seal and break it." When Han Fei heard that, the white mist quickly condensed. He didn't dare to use his perception for fear of being torn apart. Han Fei could only sense it with Little White's naturally endowed ability. Fortunately, Little White's ability was not weak. Even if a king was around, it still couldn't block its perception of the surroundings. Therefore, Han Fei soon found the place of sealing that the old turtle mentioned. Agility of wind. The sealing place was only a little more than 1,000 kilometers away from him. With his speed, he would arrive in 2 seconds. A pair of phantom-like wings extended out of the white mist. After flying less than 500 kilometers, Han Fei felt that his soul was collapsing. The terrifying soul impact instantly defeated him. However, the white mist only stopped moving for a moment, and Han Fei felt his consciousness return. The moment he came back to his senses, Han Fei realized that the twin divine technique did follow the characteristics of the twin yin-yang spirit. Swallowing fish. If one of them didn't die, the other wouldn't die. Han Fei was overjoyed. This time, he rushed to the sealed place without hesitation. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The new consciousness of the water immortal was also stunned, thinking, "He's still alive?" After another sprint, Han Fei's soul was shaken away again. However, Han Fei had already reached the sealing array. The second soul's return seemed to be slower. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found that the frost-covered vines seemed to be trying to disperse the white mist he had turned into. Han Fei discovered that once the white mist was blasted away, the time when his soul woke up again would be longer. Therefore, if he was infinitely killed, the twin divine technique might collapse, and his soul would be destroyed by half, and then he might only be able to survive and forge the universe. And this newly born consciousness might have underestimated Han Fei. The power of the blue sea ice sand slowed the vines that were extending over, delaying her time. After all, she was using the water immortal's body forcibly. Seeing that he was about to be dispersed, Han Fei thought quickly, "How can I Recombine my white mist body? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something and secretly activated his Dao seed. I can ignore space. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, only to see that his white mist body drilled out from all directions. Some even ran out of the plant roots. When the white mist regathered, the new consciousness was stunned again. What the hell was going on? However, this time, Han Fei didn't dare to be reckless. It was 2F** King difficult. He had been killed twice in only 2 seconds. If he hadn't been prepared and thrown his black fog body into Forge the Universe, he would have been dead. Even the old turtle was frightened. This was 2F** King scary. An intermediate explorer was fighting a king? He had no idea how to fight this battle even if he had 10 turtle heads. Fortunately, Han Fei cleverly discovered that his Dao could achieve some simple and idealized things, such as strengthening strength and ignoring space, which were not difficult to do. The moment the white mist was recombined, Han Fei realized that if this new consciousness could seal space, it would be a little difficult for him. However, after 2 deaths, Han Fei finally came to the sealing array. It was very difficult to find the true body of the water immortal among the thousands of white lotuses. If the water immortal didn't give him a hint and he didn't have little whites abilities, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. At this moment, Han Fei saw a blooming white lotus the size of a palm, with a pale green aura circulating around. After only a quick glance, Han Fei discovered that it was actually not a kind of array, but a simple sealing power superimposed in. Yes. This new consciousness had never left the demon subduing tower. How could she know any arrays? Even the water immortal wasn't proficient in arrays. How could this new consciousness know arrays? Seeing that it was just a simple sealing power, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Taking advantage of the third soul attack, he quickly counterattacked. Star teleportation. However, this star teleportation was not teleporting Han Fei, but the space not far away in front of him. The star teleportation technique couldn't just move him away. When Han Fei moved that space, he made space and space exchange. Although the sealing power was extremely powerful, what was its use if it sealed the wrong place? At the moment when the sealing power was teleported out, the water immortals voice sounded again, a * shoal, a mere intermediate venerable wants to possess my body? You're courting death. In an instant, the void exploded. Ah! Han Fei heard a scream, and the space within 100 kilometers seemed to collapse. Immediately afterward, a large swath of blue soul body emerged. Spare me. The water immortal had lived for tens of thousands of years, so how could she spare an outsider who wanted to occupy her body? Even if this body was abandoned by her, it wasn't something others could take away at will. Han Fei sensed that something was being crushed in the space dozens of kilometers away. Then, a large number of ownerless souls appeared. The water immortal said, "Little Wang Han, is your soul injured just now? Try swallowing this ownerless soul." Han Fei sensed that his soul was indeed injured, but only less than 20% was damaged. Besides, it could still be repaired. Therefore, it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, seeing so many ownerless souls in front of him, how could Han Fei hold back? Han Fei said, "Teacher, has the new consciousness died?" The water immortal said, "I made a mistake this time. I didn't expect to be tricked by a newborn consciousness. Don't worry. She has already been killed. By me. As for you, even I didn't think I had the time to save you just now. I Didn't expect you to survive under such circumstances. The water immortal's voice clearly trembled. There was no telling if it was because of fright or fear. Hanfei was also relieved. I was so scared. Just now, I thought I was going to die. Wait, let me take a mouthful of ownerless souls to calm down. Hanfei still didn't release his black fog body. God knew if there were any other accidents. Hanfei's way of collecting ownerless souls was simple, which was to use the soul-splitting technique to separate out dozens of wisps of souls and fuse them into the ownerless souls, refine the ownerless souls, and take them back. After a full half an hour, Hanfei swallowed about a third of the ownerless souls, but he already felt that his soul had soared. The water immortal said, "All right, I know that you still preserve a part of your original body. I'm very sure that the new consciousness has already died. You can come out now." The old turtle said, "I don't sense any threat either." Hanfei was finally relieved. In Forge the Universe, the black fog body appeared. However, little Fatty was still lying in Forge the Universe. That was Hanfei's last resort. He had to keep it. When Hanfei cancelled the twin divine technique, the water immortal set in. Surprise, this spiritual beast is quite rare. It can integrate vitality into one body. Hanfei said, "Teacher, do you want to feel your own body? I'll eat this ownerless soul first." The water immortal asked, "Can you still eat?" The old turtle also said, "Brat, how can you still eat it?" However, Hanfei replied with a smile, "I have an extraordinary painting that can help me digest it." After that, more faint blue souls were split out by Hanfei. After another half an hour, this ownerless soul was finally swallowed by Hanfei. Another hour later, Hanfei quickly memorized the god-scaring painting. At this moment, he had already uncovered 700 pieces, and he was still quickly memorizing them. Hanfei never expected that an ownerless venerable level soul would have such a great effect. It could actually help him remember such a huge amount of God-scaring painting. The effect was really extraordinary. When Hanfei had the epiphany in the demon subduing tower a few days ago, he didn't have time to cultivate the God-scaring painting, so this time, Hanfei specially cultivated for a while. After another 3 hours, he couldn't remember the God-scaring painting anymore. Now he had remembered 726 pieces in total. It seemed that he had reached the limit of his memory. Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Owner, Hanfei. Level, 74, Junior Explorer. Spiritual energy, 180,000/180,000. Spiritual power, 2, 9012/2, 9012. Perception range, 3,600 kilometers. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra. Strength, 348 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Seeing this scene, Hanfei was shocked. His spiritual power had increased by nearly 4,000 points. Last time he had an epiphany and broke through to the realm of an intermediate explorer, his strength only increased by 2,000 points. However, after he swallowed the intermediate venerable level new consciousness, it had grown so much. As for the range of perception, Hanfei wasn't too surprised. After all, the effect of the God-scaring painting was very powerful. It would be strange if It didn't grow much. He even thought this was still not enough. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. It seemed that this near-death experience was worth it. Han Fei's soul power skyrocketed, which made the old turtle very envious. He thought to himself, this kid is too monstrous. However, what surprised the old turtle even more was not the power of the soul, but Han Fei's method of forcibly breaking through the king's body and the will of a venerable. That could only be a great Dao method. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out what abilities Han Fei had to be able to block such a strong enemy and survive. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, the water immortal said rather casually, "How is it? Little Wang Han, how is the ownerless soul in the venerable realm?" Fortunately, this new consciousness has been suppressed at the bottom of the tower. Otherwise, this ownerless soul wouldn't be so pure. As if having a full meal, Han Fei looked satisfied, but he said, "Teacher, what about Bai Suzhen? This new consciousness shouldn't have completely died. There's still a part of her in Bai Suzhen's body." The water immortal said casually, "It doesn't matter. Most of its power was destroyed by you just now, and the last bit nurtured the snake demon for hundreds of years. The price was high. Since she helped me create a reincarnation body, it's not bad. It saved me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I would have to find a way to be reborn." Han Fei was relieved to hear that. He rubbed his hands and said, "Master, you've been reborn, but what about your original body? Don't let it give birth to another new consciousness. I can't stand it anymore." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei still felt scared. If he hadn't used so many tricks just now, he would have been dead. However, fortunately, the soul strength of the newly born consciousness was only in the intermediate venerable realm. If it was at the king level, he wouldn't have any chance to survive. This time, although he didn't fight a venerable head-on, Han Fei was still horrified by the strength of a venerable. This was only the soul at the intermediate venerable evil, but he had killed him twice in 2 seconds. If a real intermediate venerable was standing in front of him, what would happen? Even if he had 100 means, he might not be able to survive. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he was still too weak. It was clearly not enough for him to participate in a battle at the venerable level. Furthermore, Han Fei deeply realized the terrifying gap between the explorer and the venerable realm. In any case, he had fully unleashed his strength just now. Even if he wasn't at the half-venerable realm, he was at least at the peak of the explorer realm. However, in the face of the power of a venerable, he was still so vulnerable. At this moment, he had survived this disaster. Since the water immortal had already resolved the newly born soul and didn't want her original body, wouldn't this great benefit belong to him? Although Han Fei didn't know how to use it, a terrifying demonic plant with a king-level body must be very useful to him. The water immortal said, "My original body is useless to me. However, my original body is a living body. With your current strength, you can't kill it. Even if it lets you. However, there are 3 ways to transmit the power of my original body to you." Han Fei was immediately refreshed. Which 3 ways? A phantom slowly appeared in front of Han Fei. Who else could it be but the water immortal? The water immortal said, "The first is that you cultivate here, and I'll slowly inject the vitality and power of my original body into your body, washing your flesh, veins, and bones. After washing your body with the power of a king for 10 years, I can push your spiritual heritage to the point of leaving the mortal realm, surpassing the so-called level 9 spiritual heritage. At the same time, your strength will reach at least the half-venerable realm. You seem to have already comprehended the great Tao, so when you go out, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the venerable realm. Han Fei immediately shook his head. Master, my spiritual heritage is no longer a mortal one. Huh? The water immortal was briefly stunned. Really? Han Fei said, it's a long story. Anyway, my meridians have been reconstructed and have long left the mortal realm. I don't know what kind of meridians I have now. Therefore, the first method shouldn't be suitable for me. Also, I have to return to my territory in 2 years. There's still a great war waiting for me there. The water immortal thought for a moment and said, the second way is that I can condense a lotus seed and multiple lotus seeds with all the power of my original body. The lotus seed can withstand all attacks below the king level. However, the consumption of spiritual energy and energy is also very large. However, it shouldn't be a big problem for you. The lotus seeds can help you make breakthroughs and improve quickly in an extremely short period of time. However, it will take at least 10 years to mature these 9 lotus seeds. The rest of my true body will instinctively struggle to survive. I can't do anything to them for the time being. When Han Fei heard that the lotus seed could block all attacks below the king level, he was shocked. If he took this lotus seed back to the Yin-Yang world, wouldn't he be invincible instantly? However, it would take him 10 years to wait for the lotus seeds to mature. Although Han Fei knew that those lotus seeds definitely had heaven-defying effects, he didn't have 10 years now. However, even without the lotus seeds, he still had the lotus seat. If he took the lotus seat back to the Yin-Yang world, he would have the capital to fight the 1,000-star city. The old turtle's voice also sounded in Han Fei's body. This method is very good. It can save your life and quickly increase your strength. It's only 10 years, and it will take me 100 years to take a nap. The old turtle felt that Han Fei's teacher, the water immortal, was already very kind. This was simply a shocking opportunity. If Han Fei chose this opportunity, it meant that no one below the king realm could hurt him. Han Fei quickly came back to himself and looked at the water immortal. Teacher, what's the third way? The water immortal hesitated for a moment. My suggestion is the second. Because the third option has both advantages and disadvantages. It may even consume your strength in the short term. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, why? Han Fei thought to himself, if I have the body of a king, how can it weaken my strength? Shouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Isn't it a great opportunity? The water immortal said, Little Wang Han, you should know that I have the art of dying to survive. My original body is a lotus flower. I can undergo nirvana and rebuild a new body. My new body doesn't have a soul. You can split part of your soul and implant it in, creating an avatar for yourself. Hiss. Han Fei immediately exclaimed, an avatar? This was different from the twin divine technique. With the twin divine technique, it was essentially still him. However, within avatar, there would be 2 of him. The water immortal said, don't be so optimistic. Although you have an avatar, you need to separate a lot of souls to dominate your new body. It may require half of your soul power. Only in this way can this avatar reach a balance with you in strength. Half? Hanfei was dumbfounded. This price was really too high, wasn't it? He was still smug just now that his soul strength had skyrocketed into a new level. Who could have expected that this avatar would directly take half of his soul? However, Hanfei was still very tempted. He could swallow the vitality of others and steal the souls of others. As long as he fought more frequently and killed enough opponents, although it wouldn't completely make up for it, he could definitely make up for most of it. Furthermore, he hadn't fully mastered the god-scaring painting yet. If he spent some more time visualizing and cultivating the god-scaring painting, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate an avatar if he could absorb another ownerless soul at the venerable level. Hanfei said, "Teacher, what's the benefit of having an avatar?" The water immortal said, "In the short term, there's actually no benefit. However, if your avatar cultivates at the same pace as you, as an independent individual, he can cultivate one Tao alone. If you want to fuse with him in the future, it's also possible. At that time, your combat power will double." Hanfei asked quickly, "Can we still separate after fusion?" The water immortal was stunned for a moment. "No. After you choose to fuse with him, your strength will soar, and you may even obtain 2 great Daos. But since you've already fused with him, you can't be separated from him and won't have an avatar anymore." Hanfei asked, "Are there any other benefits?" The water immortal said, "By choosing this path, you can let your avatar cultivate in this tower. Although I can let my original body give birth to a new body, it doesn't mean that my original body will die. Your avatar can constantly absorb the power of my original body to cultivate. The premise is that no one notices it. Otherwise, if someone notices that my strength has been greatly reduced, it will also be useless." Hanfei said, "There are kings in the White Shell Royal City. This path may not work. My avatar can't stay in the demon-subduing tower. However, can my avatar and my true body communicate at will?" The old turtle added, "To put it bluntly, there will be 2 of you. However, you have to remember that once your soul is separated, the soul in your true body and the soul in your avatar may not be connected. Although your true body has the initiative, you two will only perceive each other when you are close to each other. If you two are too far away, you might not know what the other you is doing." Hanfei was stunned. "What are you talking about? I don't know what I'm doing. It sounds rather weird." Hanfei thought for a moment. In general, it meant that he was temporarily cut apart. When he fused with his avatar, his strength would increase a lot in an instant. On second thought, Hanfei realized that he would enter the game again once he returned to the Inyang world. Why not leave some trump cards in the water? Would world? Hanfei suddenly said, "Teacher, if my original body dies, will my avatar die?" The water immortal shook her head. "Of course not. Your avatar is also you. But when you split your soul, one is the main and the other is the secondary. Once your main body's soul dies, the soul of your avatar will become the main body's soul, and this avatar will become your original body." Hanfei's eyelids twitched. "I choose the third one." As the saying went, those who did not plan for the future would find trouble at their doorstep. In the long run, the benefits of having an avatar were definitely above the lotus seed and lotus seeds. 2 of him were cultivating and could fuse in the end. This meant that he had twice the time of others. How could there be such a good thing in the world? The water immortal asked, "Little Wang Han, do you have enough soul power?" Hanfei asked, Teacher, can you catch another venerable level creature and get me some ownerless souls? The water immortal couldn't help rolling her eyes. Do you think I'm omnipotent? You should know the spatial barrier in this tower. Now, I've given up on my original body. Perhaps I can cross the barrier and kill a venerable level creature, but I can't bring it back. Besides, once I make a big noise, someone outside will definitely notice it. Hanfei asked, what about taking me with you? As soon as he said this, the water immortal looked at Hanfei as if looking at a fool, thinking, I can keep you safe here, but not on the other floors. The old turtle said, why are you in such a hurry for this matter? Worst comes to worst, you can just kill more people. You'll make up for it one day. Hanfei's face immediately turned black. What are you talking about? If I have king chance to make up for it immediately, isn't it better? The water immortal said, can you make up for it if I give you a large number of ownerless souls? Hanfei nodded quickly. Yes. Hanfei knew it clearly. After all, the soul was just like a jar. Even if he poured out half of the water in the jar, as long as he could replenish this half of the water back, it would be the same. The water immortal said, there is still a part of the new consciousness in Bai Suzhen. If you kill that consciousness, you should be able to get some ownerless souls. Hanfei's eyes glittered. Great. In fact, Hanfei knew very well that if he chose the second method, he would be almost immune to all attacks under the king level. However, choosing that kind of method, he would lack experience. It felt like lying down to win, which sometimes didn't seem to be a good thing. With the lotus seat, he wouldn't be afraid of being beaten by others at most. But under the same realm, when had he ever been afraid of others? And for those who could beat him, even if he had the lotus seat, he would still be defeated. After Hanfei firmly chose the avatar, he suddenly said, Teacher, since you can reshape a new body, why don't you recultivate with a new body? The water immortal said, I was going to recultivate, but not in the way to rebuild my body, but a brand new beginning. I'll turn into a seed and start from scratch. In Hanfei's heart, the old turtle exclaimed, how bold. To recultivate from scratch, she must have the great ambition to fight another life and walk the path of longevity. Hanfei was also stunned for quite a while. From what the water immortal said, it could be seen how determined she was. She even abandoned her king body. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, what about Bai Suzhen? The water immortal said, just like you, when I purge the newborn consciousness in her body, she will still be my reincarnation. However, unlike your avatar, she now has her own independent will. When she becomes stronger, she will return to me in the end. Hanfei was relieved to hear that. After all, no matter what, Bai Suzhen was the reincarnation of the water immortal, so he didn't help the wrong person. However, Bai Suzhen was created by the newborn consciousness with the intention to use her body to be reborn. However, she didn't expect the existence of the water immortal. Otherwise, the newborn consciousness might really succeed. The water immortal said, since you said that you are in a hurry, don't delay any longer. By the way, if you split your soul, can you still suppress the ferocious creature in your body? Huh? Hanfei's eyes widened, and the old turtle's heart did a flip. Had he been seen through? The water immortal chuckled. It's nothing. My body is almost half dead, so my soul is particularly powerful. Last time I met you, I felt its existence. This Time, I'm more certain that there should be an old monster in your body. Han Fei shrugged. It doesn't matter. Master, you should know that I have a special soul treasure. The old turtle is not suppressed by my own soul now, but by my soul treasure. The water immortal said lightly, that's good. I was worried that you couldn't suppress him. However, since he knows all your secrets, don't give him a chance to come out easily in the future. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle immediately roared, how can I be so despicable? I have my own great Tao. Han Fei said impatiently, old Yuan, shut up. You can't even escape from my teacher's eyes. How can you call yourself an emperor? You're really a disgrace to the title. The old turtle. Although the water immortal didn't know who the old turtle was, she knew Han Fei well. A person who could cross the river of time, a person with a terrifying powerhouse behind him, would definitely not let a dangerous powerhouse hide in his body. Therefore, since the powerhouse was already in Han Fei's body, he was probably suppressed. As she expected, he was suppressed indeed. With Wang Han's personality, it was hard to say. However, with Han Fei's current personality, he shouldn't be tricked by the creature easily. The water immortal said, wait for me for 3 or 5 days. I need to mobilize my true body strength. 5 days passed. In just 5 days, the water immortal's body shrank at least by half. However, under the cover of one of the white lotuses, a lotus seed appeared, and under it, a lotus root grew. Han Fei had already guessed that his avatar was made of lotus roots. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Primordial Chaos Lotus. Introduction, your Primordial Chaos Lotus was produced by a king-level lotus demon with a tremendous amount of vitality and chaotic energy. It's immune to all evils, poisons and soul attacks, and can be used to refine an avatar. Level King. Quality Ultra Quality. Contained chaos energy? Effect, if it's eaten directly, anyone under the level of a half-king will die easily, but anyone above the level of a half-king can be immune to all evils, poisons, and soul attacks after eating it. Han Fei almost drooled when he saw the message. This was F*King awesome. He had never thought that he would become as powerful as Neza. Han Fei even wondered if Neza's lotus body was as good as his own. He didn't think so. After all, his body was made from the body of a real king. At this moment, Han Fei's heart stirred. Since his avatar wasn't a human in the first place, why should he be stuck in the form of a human being? Han Fei immediately said, Teacher, can you make me 3 heads and 6 arms? The water immortal? Han Fei said, Master, I think that since my avatar doesn't have to stick to human form, why don't maximize my combat power? I have too many combat skills. So 2 hands wouldn't be enough. If I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I think I can fight countless enemies alone. The water immortal. The water immortal said, let me try. Han Fei continued, I'm saying that when I need 3 heads and 6 arms, I'll have 3 heads and 6 arms. When I don't need to, I'll still have 1 head and 2 arms. The water immortal said crossly, you have too many demands. Don't go too far. 3 days passed. Han Fei saw a lotus body appear in the water. Its body and appearance were exactly like Wang Han's, which made Han Fei sigh. On the lotus body's ears, there were 2 lotus seed earrings. Han Fei complained, Teacher, I'm a man. I don't think it's appropriate for me to wear earrings. The water immortal said impatiently, what do you know? That's your other two heads. Han Fei? Han Fei felt that he might have taken it for granted. The three-headed six-armed technique of Neza could actually be found, which was not a particularly advanced combat skill. However, the technique was different from the original body. It was definitely better if the original body had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, if he used combat skills, he could only use them as secret techniques. There was always a time limit. Han Fei had already planned that he would equip his avatar with the divine weapons such as the universe ring, the chaotic sky silk, the wind fire wheel, the fire-pointed spear, the 9 dragons, divine fire barrier, the golden brick, and so on. Tisk, tisk. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he would be charmed by his own charm. When his avatar appeared out of nowhere, he would definitely shock the entire world and easily kill his way into the Yin-Yang world. In the past few days, both the old turtle and the water immortal felt that Han Fei was a bit weird. Now and then, he would laugh like a fool. According to the logic of these two people, Han Fei was a powerhouse who had stepped into the Tao after all. After comprehending the great Tao, it was only a matter of time for him to become a venerable. Why could he not even control his own expressions? But Han Fei didn't care. Apart from losing half of his soul, he didn't suffer any losses. Besides, the soul could be replenished. However, how much luck did it take to encounter a powerful avatar? The water immortal shouted, "Little Wang Han, listen to my command. Split your soul. Begin." Han Fei immediately frowned, and his soul seemed to be torn apart. Large tracts of faint blue soul appeared like smoke emerging from his body. This scene shocked the water immortal. Your soul power is so strong? After all, she was a king-level expert. The water immortal could naturally tell the strength of Han Fei's soul at a glance. At this moment, the amount of soul that Han Fei had split out was probably the entire soul power of an ordinary Tao-seeking powerhouse. Han Fei's face was twisted as he continued, and he said, "Not yet. Wait a moment." At this time, Han Fei was trying to split his soul, which no longer hurt as much as before. However, the separation of too many souls still made Han Fei dizzy. The old turtle didn't know that Han Fei's soul power was so strong. Seeing this endless separation, he couldn't help but sigh. What a monster. How many years has this kid cultivated for? How can he have such strong soul power? After half of his soul was stripped away, Han Fei felt that his body was suspended, his face became extremely pale, and it took him a long time to steady himself. The water immortal, on the other hand, took a deep look at Han Fei. While wrapping Han Fei's soul with a green light and injecting it into the lotus, she said, "Little Wang Han, your soul power has reached the level of a half venerable?" Han Fei grinned with difficulty. "I don't know how strong the soul power of a half venerable is," the water immortal said helplessly, "then recover first. You need to adapt to the sudden loss of your soul. Your avatar still needs to be refined." Han Fei saw that after his soul disappeared into the lotus, a strange and enormous power seemed to be gathering in all directions, which was in faint gray. Han Fei's heart did a flip. For some reason, he felt that he also wanted that kind of power. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Teacher, what kind of power is this?" Chaos energy. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Queen Life gave him the immeasurable fruit, it also contained a wisp of chaos energy. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't know how much chaos energy had entered his avatar. Now, the part of Han Fei's soul that had been separated was being guided by the water immortal. It felt like a force was pushing him into a soft marshmallow, making him feel like he was being wrapped up. Only at this moment did Han Fei know that it was to make his soul more adapted to this new body. And the chaos energy, like flames used for refining, was used to refine the embryo into a finished product. This was because his soul was separated at this moment. Half of his soul had already entered the lotus root. Therefore, this part of his soul was idle, but he couldn't move it. He could only watch. It felt like he was being pressed to a bed covered with marshmallows, and someone was massaging him. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have to pay attention to the soul in his original body all the time. This was because his soul was interconnected within a short distance. While consolidating his soul power, Han Fei looked at his data. At this moment, his various parameters had a drastic drop. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 74, Intermediate Explorer. Spiritual energy, 150,000/150,000. Spiritual power, 14,506/14,506. Perception range, 1,800 kilometers. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra. Strength, 292 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. In fact, this result was even better than Han Fei had expected. Han Fei pondered. After all, he had reached a high level once. If nothing went wrong, he could easily return to his original realm. This kind of return, in addition to absorbing an ownerless soul, shouldn't require any epiphany. Now, his spiritual power and perception range had been reduced by half, and not much else had dropped. Of course, Han Fei was relieved to see that his perception range was 1,800 kilometers. After all, before his last epiphany, his perception range was only 300 kilometers more than now. Now, the power of his soul had been split in half, but it was still 1,800 kilometers, which surprised Han Fei. However, half of his soul was gone, but his range of perception was about the same as before. This also indicated another problem: his current soul perception was definitely not as secret as before. In the past, when he used the soul-attracting technique to peep on others and eavesdrop on others' conversations, others might not have noticed it at all. But now, if he did this again, he might be discovered by others. The reason why his perception range was still so large was probably because he had cultivated the God-scaring painting. At this moment, the weakening of his soul made Han Fei clearly realize the importance of the soul. After all, the strength of the soul directly affected the amount of spiritual energy in his storage, and its loss had weakened his strength by more than 50 waves. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, how can the weakening of the soul weaken my strength?" The old turtle said lazily, "It's only temporary. The soul is extremely mysterious and can fully mobilize the strength and potential of the body. It's like a person in a normal state and a person in a weak state. The former's mental state is good, and the latter's is bad, and their strength will also vary with their state. But when you replenish your lost soul power, it'll be all right." The old turtle's example was quite vivid. With this explanation, Han Fei understood. Now, all his attributes had declined because his soul was weak. In this case, he had to find a way to quickly repair his soul and return to his previous strength. In that way, he could easily handle a place like the White Shell Royal City. However, even if he was in a weak state, he was actually extremely strong, and the Fish Dragon King was still no match for him at all. Even if he were to fight by Suzhen again, he wouldn't lose. After all, his strength wasn't weak at all. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 3 with such strength. With this in mind, Han Fei was relieved. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days passed. Halfway through the 3rd day, Han Fei suddenly felt that he was revived. It was an amazing feeling. He was clearly cultivating, but he suddenly felt revived. Because his soul was connected, Han Fei sensed his current self from another place. Han Fei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his lotus body. The water immortal roared, "Little Wang Han, throw half of your essence blood over." Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a flip of his hand, Snowmorn appeared. With a swish, he cut his wrist, and golden blood essence quickly spewed out. Compared to the soul, essence blood was nothing. He could make up for it with spiritual fruits. He didn't even have a chance to let himself be in a weak state. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, do you still need essence blood?" "I can give it all away. I can regenerate it." Looking at Han Fei's golden blood, the water immortal was a little stunned. Golden blood. Why do I feel that his level of life has already exceeded the scope of the human race? However, the water immortal still immediately replied, "No, you still need to let your avatar adapt to it and let him create his own essence blood." When all the essence blood disappeared into the avatar's body, the avatar slowly opened his eyes. Han Fei smiled. "Master, is this my avatar?" The water immortal seemed to be in a weakened state. "You can experience it for yourself. This avatar shouldn't be as strong as your current one, but it shouldn't be weak either. You can let him cultivate on his own and try another great Tao." The two Han Fei looked at each other. The lotus body looked into his mind, only to see no information. It seemed that his body had changed and he no longer had the protection of the demon purification pot. Without the demon purification pot, he couldn't feel the old turtle anymore. Han Fei said tentatively, "Old turtle, old turtle, old turtle." Han Fei was relieved to hear no response. It seemed that the lotus body was at least much weaker than the original body in terms of treasures. However, the water immortal suddenly said, "Little Wang Han, we have to find a way to get out now. My true body's strength has weakened too much. Almost half of my strength has been used to create this avatar of yours. My strength has dropped to the half-king realm. If any powerhouses perceive, I'm afraid there will be conflicts." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. In order to create an avatar for him, the water immortal had consumed her strength so much? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, he tried to recall his avatar and to forge the universe. However, a massive amount of spiritual spring disappeared and forged the universe again, and his avatar trembled slightly, unable to enter immediately. Han Fei was horrified and stopped in a hurry. Forge the universe didn't recognize his avatar? Han Fei didn't force it. With a thought, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Since it was not easy for his avatar to enter Forge the Universe, he might as well put him into the sea-quelling painting. After a while, Hanfei said, "Teacher, I don't know how to get out." The water immortal said, "I'm a king. How can I not even be able to walk out of a few seals? However, once I break through the seals, I may attract the attention of strong masters. If I transform into a new seed and send you out, it's possible that you will be discovered. Let me think of a better solution." Hearing what the water immortal said, Hanfei blinked and said, "Master, can this demon-subduing tower be destroyed?" The water immortal was stunned for a moment. "What are you talking about? There are many powerful creatures suppressed in this tower. Once it's released, it may cause a great disaster in this sea area." Hanfei scratched his head and said, "Teacher, there's something I forgot to tell you. Although we are not in the Sea Demon Royal City now, this place should be very close to the Sea Demon Royal City. It's a trial ground in the Sea Demon Royal City." Sea Demon Royal City? The water immortal was stunned. "Why am I in the Sea Demon Royal City?" Hanfei shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe the demon-subduing tower exists to suppress you." The water immortal asked suspiciously, "Then is it really fine to release these powerful creatures?" Hanfei grinned. "Teacher, including my junior sister and your disciple, there are 3 kings in this territory." The water immortal frowned. 3 kings. In that case, I can give it a try. However, if I still had my previous strength, I might be able to break this demon-subduing tower. Now, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. In Hanfei's heart, the old turtle said, "Why do we have to break it? Just let out those big demons. Then, throw this tower into the so-called Wall of Death. It's best to smash a hole and release some creatures. You don't even know how to wreak havoc?" Shocked by the old turtle's words, Hanfei simply repeated what he said to the water immortal. If the demon-subduing tower fell into chaos, the White Shell Royal City would fall into chaos too, and the Waterwood world would be at ease. The water immortal was still a bit conservative. However, the old turtle and Hanfei were both lawless people. One was proud of being a demon, and the other was purely a troublemaker who wanted to see the world in chaos. The two hoped that the demon-subduing tower would collapse. Only then could they win in chaos. The 6th floor of the demon-suppressing tower. Zhang Yao was fighting hard. Even as an undead creature, he couldn't withstand the intensity of the battles here. It had been nearly 20 days since he stepped into the Tao, but he hadn't found a chance to reduce his realm. At this moment, he was fighting a big crab, and the terrifying power shattered the void. Suddenly, in the dark void, a lotus god seat suddenly appeared inexplicably on the 6th level. And on the lotus seat, who else could it be if not Hanfei? Hanfei shouted, "Senior, stay where you are." Hearing this, Zhang Yao dared not move. He didn't know what Hanfei was doing. He didn't know where Hanfei came from either. A phantom of mountains and rivers enveloped him. In the next moment, Zhang Yao disappeared. As for the big crab, it still wanted to pinch the void. However, as the lotus seat turned, its giant pincer shattered, and the crab was so frightened that it hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! Bang! The void continued to shatter. With another 2 sounds, the spatial barrier was broken again. On the 4th level of the demon-subduing tower, in the land of 800 kilometers of quicksand, Bai Suzhen clapped her hands. Guarding the weak snake demon, she was fighting with 6 big serpents. Bai Suzhen, who was the new consciousness of the water immortal, had to protect this snake demon. After all, in terms of karma and mental demons, she had to protect her nominal mother. Otherwise, this would affect her great Tao. Suddenly, the void cracked, and Bai Suzhen couldn't help raising her head. However, when she raised her head, her expression changed and she exclaimed, "Impossible."